Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice. I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Put you one time. Kick it. What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hello. Greetings. Fist bumps, Mr. and Mrs. America. How are you? My name's Alan Cox. Thank you for being here. Say hi to the birthday boy, young Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share Golden with the boys. And thank you so much for all the birthday wishes already. It's been a wonderful day. And I just really appreciate it. Feel very loved and appreciated.
Somebody asked me if it was actually your birthday or if you were just kidding. And I thought, what a strange thing to make a joke about.
You'd make a joke about, yeah.
Guess what, guys? It's my birthday. Not.
Wink, wink.
Wink. There's Mary Santora.
Hi, guys. Happy birthday, Bill.
It is not her birthday for a few more months.
Like 9 of them.
Right around Thanksgiving. Mm-hmm. Poundcake is back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Alan, I like your shirt today.
Hey, thanks. Poundcake's got a good 9 months till his birthday. 9-10 months till, what are you, October?
September.
Who's in October? Isn't somebody here in October?
Erica used
to be
Erica.
Ah, there you go. October 4th, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. Anywho, and I'm in June, so enjoy that. I was talking to somebody about how I'm the only one of my siblings that didn't get the classroom party because I was the only one with the summertime birthday.
Aww.
So I didn't, because my little one's birthday was this past Monday. And they had school, and so she goes in and has ring pops for everyone, and they give her a little ribbon, her birthday, and they make the announcement over the thing and whatever. And I said, I never got to do that. My 3 siblings had birthdays in January, February, and October. And mine's in June, and I never got to do that. And we didn't grow up having birthday parties. It was like a little family thing, but I never had a birthday party thrown for me. So I never got to do like like when you're a kid on your birthday in school and you do that, you're like a benevolent dictator. Mm-hmm. You're walking in there, you're tossing cookies to people.
It's
you're
your
like,
day.
it's your day. All hail me. And I was far too modest a child to have probably even been able to enjoy something like that, but I never got the opportunity to do that. So my condolences, to one and all you summer babies who never got to have a little bit of that classroom love thrown your way.
Bill, did you make us goodie bags or ring pops or cookies or
No.
nothing to share with
You know what Bill has made us, Mary?
What?
Happy.
Yeah, interesting.
I got us a great guest calling in.
Do you want to say who it is?
Yeah.
Yeah, Joe Thomas is going to call in.
Hall of Famer
That's
Joe.
very exciting.
Pro Football Hall of Famer Joe Thomas.
Oh, not the founder of Wendy's.
No, that's Dave
That's
Thomas.
Dave, yeah.
Boy, I have
that'd be cool, too, because he's dead.
That would be amazing if he called in.
But yeah, Joe Thomas is calling in today.
To celebrate Bill's birthday.
That's
It's
right.
not a coincidence. Not a coincidence.
Joe has followed me on Twitter for quite some time, and I messaged him and congratulated him on the Hall of Fame, and he messaged me back. He's like, thank you. Let me know when you want me to call into the show. And
Nice.
I was like, tomorrow?
Is that what he said? Oh, I thought you I thought you asked him.
No,
He
he
said-
volunteered.
Oh, that's
to.
great.
Yeah, and I was like,
he is shredded now.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
yeah.
looks great.
Oh.
So he's going to call in a little later today. So that's awesome.
I opened
Shall we
for.
bring up that I don't like the Browns
I was going to say, does he know you're a Chargers fan?
I opened for the Sklar brothers a few years ago, and Joe Thomas was a fan of theirs, and he came up to me after the show and he was chatting with the Sklar brothers. And he looked at me and was like, "Oh my God, you were so funny." And I like melted. I was like, "Oh my God, Cleveland legend Joe Thomas told me I was funny. I think I'm the mayor of Cleveland now. I think that's how this works. I don't know how else I could be more qualified than if Joe Thomas thinks I'm funny. But I'm going to go ahead and say I doubt he remembers me."
Wow. Well, he might.
Yeah.
He might if you remember going to see the Sklar brothers, he probably remembers you.
Yeah.
Plus, if he
Were you sober then?
he also finds the Sklar brothers funny, which means his judgment is very much in question.
Oh, man.
Oh, I got her coughing
Shots
over that
fired.
one. I'm coughing over that. What, Cody?
Oh, I was looking up his net worth.
Of course
This
you would.
guy.
Bring it up to him when he calls in today.
Bring it up to him. That's why when I'm doing an interview, that's why I keep Poundcake's mic off. Because he's like, "Hey, what's your net worth?
How much money you got?"
I wouldn't ask him that.
I don't know what you would do. I don't know what you would say. I don't know what you would. What's his net worth?
$48 million.
Oh, hey. Not bad for a retired football player. He really is the encapsulation of how you want to do it when you retire. Get super shredded, and you're walking around, and people,
Live in Cleveland.
Yeah, once I retire, I'll be super
From the
shredded.
NFL.
When
Yeah,
your
he's gonna
net
get
worth
super shredded.
When your net worth is $48 million, do you round up to 50? Do you just say $50 million or do you say 48?
I think people are still impressed by 48. Don't know if rounding up the 2 million more is real. People are going to go, wow. I mean,
Yeah,
if it had
it's
been 47 or
crazy.
48, I would have spat on you. But wow,
just
50. Very exciting.
Speaking of super shredded, if you guys want to see pictures of Skinny Bill, I posted them in a birthday tribute today.
What was that,
I don't need to see
2017,
pictures.
2016?
This was
that was-
2018 because it might have been 2017. No, it's
It was probably
2018.
2017.
2017-18 because I was still drunk. So it was a throwback Thursday on Bill's birthday. So I was like, I'll share a couple pictures from when he and I were only about 30 pounds different. You got Skinny Bill and that first picture I posted. I think that might have been your smallest.
Yeah.
Your head was hella big, bro.
Wow, look at you, dude.
Doesn't he look tiny?
I mean, it's the same size head that I have now.
It's just less body around
way
it.
less body.
Wait, so
and
she
neck.
posted 3 photos that show you getting progressively larger?
Yep.
That's kind of a...
Happy
Why did you do it on
birthday.
purpose?
You didn't?
I
You
picked two
didn't
where-
notice what you were posting?
I picked 2 where I looked like a train wreck, drunk, chubby idiot, and he looked thin and good. And then the third one was his special. I can't
She
help
can't
what he
win
looks
around
like
that.
in his
Yeah, I'm a-
special.
I'm a,
Can't
I'm a fan, so
win.
now it's fine.
Oh my God. I was like, go watch his special. I'm
Yeah,
trying
but
to do
go watch the
something
special.
nice.
That's watch the special. If you haven't watched it yet, give it a watch.
There was someone who commented on my
happy with it.
Instagram and was like, I think Bill's super sexy now, blah, blah, blah. So, I mean,
Hey,
I know you have a
super
girlfriend,
sexy. Not just regular sexy.
people who are standing for big bottom boy Bill.
Big Billy's bottom boys.
I posted a throwback of Skinny Alan, too. Okay, so 3 pictures of Bill on Mary's Instagram.
Of him
if
very
you wanna see.
thin.
Yeah.
Thin. And excited to be alive today.
Thank you for all the money that you
Yeah,
guys all
we all
sent.
Welcome.
Venmoed.
Nobody tried to outdo anyone else. You
Nope.
all sent the same amount, so I
Yep.
appreciate it.
That's right.
That's nice.
I sang happy birthday to Bill on my Instagram story and he didn't like
Really
it.
bad.
He
Why
was
did
like,
you do that?
because I was trying to be nice and I sang it
That's
to him
not-
and
you
he
gotta
was like,
know if you can
It's a-
sing. It's only
He's
nice
like,
if you can sing.
you're a really bad singer. And I was like, well, then screw me, I guess.
My girlfriend's parents sent me a voice text or like an audio recording of them singing happy birthday. And
That's so sweet.
but they're actually like singers. Like they
Oh,
used
yeah.
to have a band and stuff. So they actually
I had a band.
sound good. No, you didn't.
Oh, yeah, okay. That's no gift.
Happy birthday, dear
Ah.
Bill.
Like that guy screwing up the anthem.
Mm-hmm.
And the birthdays were there. All right, let me take a break. I got more money for you. $1,000 at 2:30. Listen for the next keyword. Last few days, by the way, week 7 of 7 for you to go fund yourself. And we'll talk to Joe Thomas shortly. Comedian Mike Winfield's going to be in here a little bit later on. We'll catch up with him. And plenty of things for you to win, too. A lot of shows coming up. 35192 if you want to text, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free
in Qatar.
That is just awesome.
Access to all of your favorite superstars.
This is Dave Grohl from the Foo Fighters.
Imagine Dragons.
We're the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
It's iHeartRadio.
Only iHeartRadio gives you access to all. And best of all, it doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now.
From the Mazda of Kent studios.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Check out the all-new Mazda of Kent. MazdaofKent.com.
The words radio and Ohio both end in I-O. And I-O is one of the moons of Jupiter. Have fun trying to figure out whatever the that means. I-O, I-O. It's the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Got another $1,000, hopefully with your name on it. A chance to go fund yourself in about 7 minutes. So listen to those keywords. Last few days to get some money, but still plenty of those going out. So be listening for that. Cavaliers had their win streak broken last night. They got to 7 and then fell to the Sixers last night in Philly, 118-112. That's a good scoring game. But they didn't pull it out. Kevin Love is reportedly going to be dealt to the Miami Heat.
Not dealt to. He's getting bought out.
Well, they'll buy him out, and then he'll go there, right? He'll be like, I want to be in Miami.
It's not a trade.
But he will deal himself to the Miami Heat. Yeah. So they'll figure out how to pay him out or whatever, and then he'll hang out for a bit, and then Poundcake will, I don't know, will you sit Shiva? Will there be a day of mourning? How will that work out?
I think I need some type of paid day off. Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. All right.
I could probably just sit at home.
But don't you like the idea of him being in Miami? Because that means he might be on the beach, shirtless.
You're
you
correct.
Might be able to bump into him.
But the thing is here, he, as I said before, he's the sex symbol of the Cleveland Cavaliers here. In Miami, there's a lot of, like that Tyler Herro, is that his name, Herro? He's like the shotgun for that team. Like he's the attractive guy. So he has a lot more competition. He's more of the zaddy, but he still has a lot more competition.
So now who becomes the hot guy of the Cavs?
I always said I had a crush on Chetty.
Chetty, okay. That's what I thought you were going to say.
Yeah.
I think you like Dean Wade. Did you like Dean Wade or Dylan Windler? I think you liked one of those dudes.
Dean Wade. I heard from a friend that he's really
never a
nice.
black guy, though. He never likes a black guy.
No, he doesn't. He loves Kevin Love. Yeah. Isn't Chetty Osman like he's not a white guy.
Turkish.
Well, there you go.
Kyrie,
close enough for him.
Kyrie was sexy. What are you talking about?
Yeah, he's crazy.
He's not on the Cavs. We're talking about on the Cavs.
He's not on the Cavs anymore.
I liked him. He just wasn't as hot as Kevin Love. I don't know all the other black men on the team. So I don't know.
I don't know all the other black men on the team.
I don't know.
Is there anybody named Blackman? Maybe he knows about that.
I mean, we got Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah.
That we acquired him in a big trade.
Donovan
we got Darius Garland. We got Isaac Okoro, Jared Allen, Evan Mobley. None of these guys are doing it for you?
No.
Nope. He's going to need to go deep to find somebody.
Let me just look at the whole Cavs roster, and I'll get back to you.
It's really important that we know who he thinks the
Well, moving forward, we need to know who that person is. Yeah. And so...
Yeah, so I'm just going to look at the players real quick.
Mm-hmm. He's taking his time. Not Jared Allen? You don't like that fro?
I'm not a big fro guy, even though I have one.
You don't have a fro.
I'm not going to have a fro.
Because your hair is a little bit longer than it usually is, you don't have a fro. Well, I shouldn't say that. He's got like a big one. He's got,
Let me guess. Raul's white, I'm guessing, right?
I don't know. A white guy named Raul? I don't know.
Neto?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. No, well, then I guess he doesn't count. You're talking about like black. Isaiah Mobley's good. Yeah.
Okay.
He's hot.
What about Ricky Rubio? You might like him. He's Spanish.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's kind of got a Mediterranean vibe to him. Poundcake might be down with that.
Okay, but I thought you said black.
Well, I'm looking for at least you to find one black person attractive for once in your life, and then also...
I do! Stop saying that!
And then
Bill,
whoever you would put at the top of the list of the Cavs.
Poundcake has a mirror. There is at least one black person he finds incredibly attractive.
That's true.
Donovan Mitchell's good looking. I'm just not attracted to him. I would say out of all of them, Isaiah Mobley would probably be the black guy for me.
Yeah,
I'm going to get yoked up walking the streets one of these days.
Yeah, Poundcake likes the opposite of black guys. He thinks Jared Kushner's hot.
Yeah.
I mean, the exact
And Elon
opposite
Musk.
end of the spectrum, right?
I said he's not
guys
the-
who look like they were poured into molds. That's what he likes.
Yeah,
Down with that.
Chetty's number one, and then it goes down to the Latinos. Raul and Robin. Dylan's okay.
Well, now that we've got that figured out, Clear as Mud, who is next on Poundcake's FAP roster. But Kevin Love will be bought out by the Cavaliers, and I'm sure they'll offer him a fond farewell. I saw that Tri-C was retiring Ben Wallace's jersey. And I didn't realize, I associate him with the Pistons. I didn't realize he ever played for the Cavaliers.
Forgot about him.
He played for the Cavs, and
that must have been before I got here.
Tri-C, yeah. Which I didn't even know Tri-C had a basketball team.
I didn't know they had sports.
Well, they didn't say they had a basketball team. They just said they were retiring his jersey.
Okay, I don't know if they had a basketball team, but I think he did go to Tri-C before he got into the NBA or something. Like
He
that.
had
He's
to
got,
have.
He's got some connection to Tri-C.
That's why they're retiring his jersey. Maybe they just drew a name out of a hat. And the jersey we're going to randomly retire is Ben Wallace. And he gets a call, and he's like, what? I don't
Yes, sure.
By the way, today, in addition to being young Bill Squire's birthday and my dog's birthday, happy birthday, Juno.
Oh, happy birthday, Juno.
It is 216 Day in Cleveland.
right.
Know what that is? Because Cleveland is 216 steps away from the east side of Cleveland. You can get some deals at CLE Clothing Company. I know they got some for 216 Day, but also use the promo code HEARTTHROB, and that's how you get some money off.
Wearing my
with us.
Cleveland clothing one now. It says "Work hard and be nice." The
Hey!
Cleveland
I
way.
actually have a Cleveland
I
clothing.
love this shirt.
My undershirt is a Cleveland clothing shirt.
Work hard and be nice.
I
is
think
what it
that's
says.
a good motto for life. Just do your job and don't be mean to people.
There you go.
You know what I mean?
I got the,
Yes.
the Guardians one.
All right.
Heartthrob.
Yep.
20%.
I know it's Bill's birthday, but I got a gift today.
Oh.
I got an email from that comic book company in Tampa, said there's nothing they can do, and I'm out of luck.
Oh, that sucks, dude.
Sorry,
took
we
them
can't.
4
I go, I go, so your position is that it's just lost, and I'm out of luck. Which I guess that's what they're saying. They're
Did
like,
you insure the package when you sent it?
but not for what it's worth.
But you can get some money back.
Probably, but I mean, the point is that they have. I said you have a receipt of this package because she's doing this whole thing. Oh, and without knowing what's in it, I go. I told you what's in it. You lost the package I sent you. You have receipt. You received this package. The fact that you can't find it is an issue. Oh, I spoke to this person. We can't help you any further. That's how she put it. We can no longer assist you in this matter. Great.
Sue 'em.
Awesome.
Sue them.
For what?
For what that comic would have been
100
worth.
I'm going to go to
$100.
Florida and go to court and
Yes.
no.
Be stubborn.
How much was that comic?
I don't know.
Well, what
Maybe
comic was it?
It was 13 of my high value comic issues.
So you're talking.
I sent them there to be graded.
10 grand
No.
is what they were probably going to be worth total, right?
No. But
Maybe.
I mean, but 10. So what? I'm going to fly to Florida for a court date and then eventually probably lose anyway because whoever wins those things, they'll make up some nonsense about how it didn't fill out a form or whatever. But the fact remains they lost my package.
Right, and that's why I think you might have a case.
I might, but probably not.
I would talk with somebody.
I probably will, but it's like even small claims, you got to go to court. You got to sue them in the state they're in, and then you have to make an appearance in court. I'm not going to Florida to stand in. What? And then I get down there and they go, oh, yeah, the date got moved. Cool. Let me just go back to Ohio.
Well, a lot of them do Zoom now, too, though. So you might be able to do, like, the depositions and stuff like that. You might be able to do all over Zoom. I would look into it.
I'm gonna look into it. Yeah. I told them that they would be hearing from my legal counsel, so I'll look into it.
And I'm happy to represent you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave a little more than $50 for my retainer.
And there you go. I believe you know Mr. Matlock Jr. over here, Your Honor. I got $1,000 here for you. It's a chance to go fund yourself. Listen closely and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword credit at WMMS.com. That's credit. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Hey, Woody.
Alan.
What's going on, Woody?
How's your day, brother?
So far, so good.
Happy birthday to Sweet William.
Thank you very much, Woody. Appreciate it.
You know, I love you, brother. You
Love
know,
you too,
you're
bud.
one of the funniest men I've ever met in my life.
And
You know,
Woody's lived in
you're,
Iowa.
Yeah, he's been all over the place.
I've been around. I've been around the block. But the reason why I called, I want to get Cody Poundcake back on the air. Here's a turn about him, like possibly getting his show once he like goes out on his own. If he ever gets a job in Des Moines, Iowa, with a show, or Omaha, Nebraska, if he gets a show, I just want him to know that I've got a lot of advice for him, you know, when he gets to those locations. Now, Ellen, when you
What are you talking about? Because you're what? You know people, and what are you talking about?
Well, what I'm talking about is like when you boomed out to Pittsburgh. When you boomed out from
Is he farting or hitting rumble strips? All we hear are your rumble strips. Yeah.
Listen to me. When you moved out to Pittsburgh, you had to learn about the city. You had to get acclimated to where you're at, correct?
I mean, you do little by little, sure, yeah.
Yeah, but you know, when you know, I'm thinking Poundcake's gonna end up in a station like in Omaha, Nebraska, or Des Moines, and I'm gonna be there for it.
But you're here.
I know, but I know a lot of things about where I was from.
Oh, I see.
correct?
What you're trying to say in your roundabout way is that if he ended up in either of those cities, he would be able to use you as a resource.
Absolutely.
Right. We finally got to it. There it is. Well, Poundcake, put those pins on your little wishboard map, Des Moines, Iowa, and Omaha, Nebraska, because if either of those happens, you won't be going in empty-handed. You'll have Woody. You'll have the wind at your back professionally, because Woody will be able... just as an example, Woody, for instance, what would you be able to tell him? What's an amazing fact that he could whip on the people of Des Moines to ingratiate himself with them?
Just for an instance, I would say there's a lot of corn around you.
That is the valuable information that you'll be getting. Yeah, very insightful. There's a lot of corn in Iowa. All right.
I have enough glass on my face. I can't see that for myself. I appreciate it.
Well, listen, he's trying to help in however he can, and that's very, very helpful. Of course, in Omaha, they're called corn huskers. So what's good for the goose is also good for the gander.
And if you're in Des Moines, the big joke is, why does Iowa corn lean west? And the answer would be because Nebraska sucks, and vice versa.
Right. Okay. Yeah,
and vice versa.
And vice versa. Sure. Well, there you go. Okay. Well, listen, that's all valuable stuff, Woody, and I always appreciate your input on matters of high import like that. Poundcake, your thoughts?
I don't have any.
Well, I know that, but your thoughts on what Woody has said.
I still don't have
Should you
any.
find yourself in Des Moines, Iowa, or Omaha, Nebraska?
I'm just going to throw myself out there and taste the city.
There
before
you
I
go.
call
Taste
Woody.
that city.
I'm down for a nice corn-fed country dude. I think that would be hot. Just a gay that doesn't look gay. He's just goes to work, puts on his dirty, oily hat every day, and comes home, and he has his work boots on. He just throws them off, and he's just like, I'm going to, wrangle you. Like
I'm gonna wrangle you.
I find that hot.
All right. Well, there'll be plenty of that there.
Rips off that flannel. He got some taco meat. Not a lot.
You
but
know
just
what?
a little bit.
You know what's even better? You know what market number Des Moines is?
69.
69. Look at this guy. So if you get yourself laser focused on the Des Moines, Ames, Iowa media market, you could be there.
Is it that?
Because you'll be there for a long time. So, I mean, you find your way around and then, what's that?
I was trying to think. Is Iowa the only other state that has I and O in it together?
Other than Ohio?
Mm-hmm.
I
You
don't
mean next
know.
to each other?
Yeah.
I don't know. Is this
I mean, Idaho,
this
but that's not
keeping you up at
next to each
night
other.
or?
Yeah, just say I feel like it's meant to be.
Okay.
It's like OH, and you're the IO to my OH.
Oh, this guy. You know what? He's going to kill it. I'm telling you. I mean, he's going to be fine. He's going to kill it, and it'll be great. Omaha's market 74. So it's negligible. They're about the same size markets. And that'd be a nice little jump for you.
I'd say
right?
so.
Most people, you got to go, you get your own thing. You got to go into the 200s. I left Chicago to go to Kalamazoo with market 174. You could be ending up there in 69.
Do you remember what your salary was when you were in Kalamazoo?
Yes, I do. It was $14,500 a year.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah.
I was in the 40s, though, so it was like $2 million.
In the 40s. Yeah, that's right.
Were they?
Hey, everybody. Here's a new one from Boxcar Willie.
This one is called You Are My Sunshine.
That's right. And it was as little money then as it would be now. I was dirt poor, barely even afford my apartment. So
Sounds amazing.
What?
I said, that sounds amazing.
What part of that sounds amazing?
I don't know.
You just said that sounds amazing. What part of it sounds amazing?
I'm just saying you're on your own. You're doing your own thing.
That's you now.
No, he's not. He's not on his own.
I'm not.
Yeah, he is. He's on his own.
Well, I have a roommate.
Yeah, but you're on your own. I mean, if you move, you'd be moving.
Correct. But I was mainly saying amazing because being sarcastic, because still 14.5 is more than I make. is more than what I make right now.
Yeah, but you're a phone screener. I was a host of a drive time radio show.
But
and it was $14,500 a year.
Were you just like a jock, or were you doing like a talk show?
I did more talking than they wanted me to do, but that's how you get people to notice you.
Okay.
But it was
Some things don't change.
It was mostly music. But yeah, that's how you start out. You play music. But I'm telling you, you focus on number 69. You get yourself out there to Des Moines, baby. And you are going to be, you are going to be up to your neck in man poon.
I'm here for
Ew.
it. You shut up, Mary.
That's just that's a gross sounding man.
I don't want to hear anything from you. You got your man.
He's gay, Mary. See me after the show. I need to tell you something about Poundcake.
I didn't know that.
Listen, it's going to be good for you. We're talking about this as though it's like a fait accompli, right? I mean, it's all hypothetical. Not the kind that Mary and Brian fight about.
No.
It's a hypothetical.
Those are mostly lottery based.
Oh, no, not another lottery-based hypothetical.
And a weight hypothetical.
We fight over LBHs more than anything else.
I was going to say.
And a what?
I was going to say a weight hypothetical. If I get any fatter, you'll leave me.
Listen to Cody trying to start problems.
Well, no, those were things that were said.
And you brought it up.
To you, yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah. I'm going to break here. If you want to send a text to me for anything, 35192. You can watch at alancoxshow.com if the mood strikes. And wherever you are, you can listen on the iHeartRadio app.
People are going funding crazy around
Whether you live with addiction or love someone who does, 1 Million Strong is for you. Find support or show your support at 1millionstrong.com.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Pay attention to notice the reverse of everything that is normal becoming abnormal.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send a text. AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch live. We'll be talking to Hall of Famer Joe Thomas very shortly. Who's helping out in the video department today? Blatt Noman. Blatt?
Yeah.
G-N-O-M-E-N. Blatt Noman. All right. Solid. Cavaliers lose last night. They had a 7-game run going, but the Sixers stopped it, 118-112. They go into the All-Star break. They will return to play at the Romo Fijo next Thursday night, I believe, the 23rd, against the Denver Nuggets. So that's where they stand right now. Michael Jordan is getting ready to turn 60. I was reading an article about how he is donating $10 million to the Make-A-Wish Foundation for his 60th birthday. It is the largest single donation that they've ever received in their 43-year history. And he turns 60 tomorrow and wanted to make a big show. You know what else freaked me out? Chris Farley's birthday was yesterday. And Chris Farley would have been 59 years old, which means next year, by my math, next year Chris Farley would have been 60. Think of Chris Farley at 60. Like, could you ever envision a time where the way he lived and how he did things, he'd get to 60?
It's hard to imagine. It really is.
He's been dead 25 years as of this past Christmas. But that just, as I was looking at the Jordan thing, Farley's birthday was yesterday, 59 years. He's a fat guy who likes speedballs. That is not a recipe for longevity.
It is not. But even if you're just a fat guy, like John Candy died in his 40s, and he was just big, you know?
Yeah.
I don't think he had the whole...
You don't need the drug thing to go along with it.
I don't think he had the drug addiction that Farley had.
So you might have seen the commercial during the Super Bowl for that movie Air, about the creation of the Air Jordan shoe. It's Affleck. It's Matt Damon. Bateman's in it. We were looking at the commercial, and Gwen goes, "Why is a movie about sneakers rated R?" And I go, "That's a really good question." Because I don't think that Michael Jordan is in it. I don't mean him. I don't think they had cast a Michael Jordan character.
I think it's more
all in the
about-
background, and
yeah.
it's about the shoe and the family. Viola Davis is in it because she's in everything.
It's about business, so they're speaking the way people speak. It's going to be a pretty mature movie.
You think so?
Language-wise.
Is that what they're going to do?
I think there's going to be a lot of F-bombs and stuff.
I just like Affleck's curly perm wig.
Mm-hmm.
The girl who cuts my hair was telling me that all the rage right now with college dudes and high school dudes is getting perms.
Yeah, you see it all the time on
And
the
I go,
dating shows and stuff.
why? She goes, I don't know, probably Pat Mahomes or something dumb like that. I was like, oh. I mean, I got one when I went to college. I was like, you can reinvent yourself. My hair is stick straight. And it was still longish. And I go, you know what? I told the girl who's doing it, I go, it's not like a perm, but like put some wave in it or whatever.
Yeah.
But I ended up cutting it, and then there was more of like a Kirk Cameron, Mike Seaver vibe that I wasn't going for. And so I grew it out. But I was just, I was like, wow, really? Dudes are going back to perms.
Yep. Did you see in that trailer for Air with Ben Affleck and Matt Damon, there's a scene where they go, "Sneakers? Do you like sneakers?" And the guy's like, "Yeah." And he slaps a phone number, Michael Jordan's phone number on the window, goes, "I got his number. How you like them sneakers?"
Shut up.
Today's his birthday, so we have to let him do
Do we
whatever he
have
wants.
to?
Yes,
No, you
he
don't.
can get away
Yeah,
with
I'm-
whatever he wants
I'm
today.
41
Yes.
years old. You can make fun
He
of
can get away.
You don't
with
think that's
whatever
going to be
he
in the
wants.
movie?
No,
Why wouldn't it?
it's not going to be in the movie.
It would be a nice nod.
It would be hilarious.
People love doing that crossover stuff.
Yeah.
There is, I don't know how many people are watching a show called Your Honor. It's Bryan Cranston over on Showtime, where he plays this disgraced judge, and he has dealings with this mob boss. And a character has come into the series who plays a long absent mob boss. Like from the old world, this guy comes back to the show set in New Orleans, comes back to New Orleans. And the guy who plays him is an actor named Mark Margolis, who was Hector Salamanca on Breaking Bad.
Oh, yeah.
So there's a scene where Cranston and this guy are talking, and I'm like, man, this must be fun for them. Because what a lot of people don't know about actors, I'd like all of you guys take notes. What a lot of people don't know about actors is for every project they do, they're playing someone else. I don't see anybody writing this down. They're playing another character. Mary knows this.
Yeah,
she played a hardened New York lawyer.
Nope.
A hardened Western horse lawyer.
Yep.
In this movie.
Same accent for both. Hey, I'm a lawyer in the West.
Deadwood sucks. Well, you're a New York agent.
Yeah.
A New York agent. So she comes in smoking, her hair's all piled up. She's got stray ringlets coming in, matched only by the smoke rings all around her head. And let me tell you something, kid. And then she takes a big, long
big
puff,
break for ya.
blows it in their face and goes, I don't know what it is, but you got it. A real Elaine Stritch vibe that Mary's giving her character. How is that laid out, by the way? You got sick when you went to L.A.
They haven't gotten back to me.
Oh.
So I'm going to assume I am not going to be in the movie.
At all?
I don't know.
I thought you said they couldn't recast you because they'd shot so much.
That's what they said.
Why
but
don't
I
they
also am not
CGI
going to.
you?
I don't think they have the budget for that. I'm also
Please.
not
You can
going
do
to.
CGI on your laptop these days.
I'm not going to push it. I'm just going to wait for them. I mean, maybe in a month or two, I'll hit him up and be like, what? Because I'm sure he has bigger issues to figure out. Dude's making a movie, you know? I'm supposed to film 2 scenes, and I'm already in the last scene, so I don't know what's going to happen.
Are they going to kill you off?
They can't. I'm
Why?
in the last scene.
Well, you rejigger scenes all the time. I mean, they move scenes around.
Unless they make the last scene like a flashback.
Right.
They kill me earlier.
These
don't
are
know.
the decisions they have to make all the time, right? For any story, they go, oh, my God, we can't do this. The continuity here is all weird. You're moving scenes around all the time.
Sure. I mean, I'm going to follow up maybe in a month.
In a month?
I don't want to
What
be
are you
a
waiting for?
bother.
A bother? You're in their movie.
I know, but I feel like
bother?
I feel like that's on them to reach out to me and be like, "Hey, here's the new game plan."
Just be like, hey, I really feel like I really screwed you guys. Hey, you know how I really screwed you guys? I feel really awful about it, and I just like to know how I can help. Then if you don't hear back from them, you go, oh, they're killing me off. They're killing me.
Might have already. I don't know.
Well, then you just have to hope for a really dramatic death because it's not one you get to act out.
Fall down an elevator chute.
Well, yeah, something. Elevator chute is what they call them.
What are they called? Terminal? Elevator garage?
An elevator terminal. God, I've been waiting for this goddamn elevator. I'm looking right at the schedule. It says the next one's 5 minutes away. That's right. You guys want to talk to a Pro Football Hall of Famer?
Do we ever?
Oh, my God. A Pro Football Hall of Famer? Joe Thomas? Is that who it is or no?
Hello.
Joe.
Hello. What's up, guys?
Oh, my God. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. It has been a whirlwind week now, but it has been just incredible. So many moments that are just surreal. You can't even believe it when somebody calls you a Hall of Famer.
Did they already have Joe Thomas Lane in Brookfield, Wisconsin?
They need to, I think. They need to definitely step up the game, like right by the dump or something like that. They could name it Joe Thomas Lane in honor of an offensive lineman in the Hall of Fame.
Yes. Joe Thomas is from Brookfield, Wisconsin, which is like, I don't know if it's technically suburban Milwaukee, but it's in that kind of metropolitan area. And I grew up in Chicago, and so as a kid, because my middle brother was a Brewers fan, we were kind of going up that way. And my uncle was a big fisherman. And the only thing I remember is he was always fishing in Pewaukee, which I think is right by where you grew up.
Oh. Yeah, Pewaukee, right next to me. So actually, J.J. Watt, the Watt boys are from Pewaukee, and where I grew up is right on the Brookfield-Pewaukee line. So
right.
I know all about it. Some great muskie fishing on Lake Pewaukee.
That's what they say. Was there ever, between you and the Watt brothers, was there ever like any border skirmishes, any East Coast, West Coast stuff, or no?
No, you know what? They're a little bit younger than me. So I actually never even got to play against them in high school or even in college and practice because JJ didn't get there until after I was already gone.
Is there any thought when you're in the pros, when you're just starting your pro career, guys move around all the time, there's journeyman players, there's people. Was there a thought in your head that, well, it would be nice if I could be with one team my whole career? Or is that something that isn't necessarily a consideration?
Oh, absolutely. I grew up in the 80s and 90s when you just didn't have as much player movement as they do now. And additionally, like, all you got to watch on Sundays was the team that was the local team. And so for me, it was the Packers.
Yeah.
And so you become really loyal to your team and to the guys that are there. And as a fan, I always loved the fact that, it was mostly the same guys that I got to cheer for, especially the stars. They just didn't move around all that much. And so for me, especially once I got to Cleveland and fell in love with the area and the organization and kind of made it my mission to try to be part of the turnaround, there was never any consideration for me of like wishing I could go anywhere else. And I always thought it would be such a great way for me during my career to be a Cleveland Brown with no other stops on in my career.
Not only that, but you're not in an LA or you're not in where the Cleveland, the legacy of the team aside, there's probably a very similar vibe culture-wise to how you grew up.
Oh, yeah. Milwaukee and Cleveland, they could be like brother or sister cities because they're very similar, both on a Great Lake. They've got similar sizes, similar demographies. And I think they've got a good people, a good working class, blue collar folk. And that was part of the reason that I just fell in love with it so quickly is because it just felt like home because it was a lot like growing up in Milwaukee.
The Joe Thomas that we see now, the one that stuns people, is the one that looks like he's like carved out of granite, right? When you were playing, when you were a bigger guy as a player, was that guy inside you the whole time, or were you the Joe Thomas on the Browns and then you're done playing and you're like, well, now I gotta be a different kind of guy?
Yeah, so I was actually 250 pounds when I got to college as a freshman. And so for me in my head, my life growing up, I was not a big, huge guy. I was always tall. I was 6'7" when I was 14, but I had to force myself to eat like a maniac to put the weight on, to play offensive line, and then to keep the weight on when I was in the NFL. So when I lost the weight, and plenty of people that I knew had only known me since I got big when I was in college, they were so surprised. And like, I don't even recognize you. But in my head, that's always who I was. I just gained the weight to play college and pro football.
Now, Joe, are you going to go into the Hall of Fame with your bust being the sleek, bald-headed Joe Thomas, or are you going to go more of your playing days bust?
Yeah, so it's pretty funny because I didn't even realize that was an option. But when we sat with the sculptor on the Sizing Saturday before the Super Bowl, that was one of the questions they had. And I was sort of caught off guard because I thought they just pick whatever bust, they feel like. But for me, the guy that is in the Hall of Fame is the big guy that played for the Browns. It's not like the skinny guy that I was until I was 18 or the guy right now that lost weight after I was playing. So definitely the guy that's got the hair is what I'm looking for.
I think that's the way to go. And then when people, you can stand by it and see if people can actually figure out if you're that guy. Is that what you plan to do? Just kind of move to Canton and just stand by your bust all day, every day, waiting for people to recognize you?
I was thinking about it. It'd be like Halloween when they have the people that dress up and sit on their porch and then scare kids. I think that's what I'm going to try to do with my bust.
A fun thing would have, if it were available, you don't often get to say that you sat with a sculptor, but what would be awesome is if the technology were available where, like those hologram playing cards where if you look at them one way, you see one thing, and if you look at them, if they could do that with the bust where you get the current Joe Thomas and the player Joe Thomas. It's too bad that wasn't an option.
Yeah, all of the above. That's what I've been saying with all of this Hall of Fame stuff. They were like, would you like this or that? I'm like, give me both. I'm cool with give me all of the things.
Right.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm just excited. It's Joe Thomas.
Of course. Talk to him. It's Bill's birthday today, Joe.
Oh, happy birthday, my friend.
Thank you very much.
What are we doing to celebrate?
I'm
Talking to you.
Yeah, talking to you. This is kind of the best
All right,
birthday
perfect.
present. So through all the years you're playing, and you played against some legendary players, was there one that you enjoyed matching up with because everybody else had a problem with them, but you kind of had them figured out?
That's a good question. I always said that I like going into this Hall of Fame class with DeMarcus Ware because he gave me the most trouble. So I definitely didn't have him figured out. But I will say I only played against Jason Taylor once, and it was the year after he was the Defensive Player of the Year, and I was actually a rookie. And he would just crush people with this long arm stab that he had because he's got such long arms. He'd get you to trigger your hands, and he'd reach around with his other arm because his arms are so long. He'd grab the back of your jersey and kind of jerk you forward, and then he was quick. He could flip his hips and get around you. And I figured out that the only way I could beat him is if I actually just punched his hand before it got to me and kept distance, almost like, if you're in a sword fight. I'm sure you guys have been in a lot of sword fights or like fencing battles. Yeah, you got to keep away from him. You don't want to let him get in your body. Yeah, me too. And so I figured that out, and so I feel like I kind of frustrated him in that game that we played because I don't think he'd ever seen anybody do that to him before, and being the guy that was Defensive Player of the Year before, I'm sure he thought he was going to walk all over this rookie, and I felt pretty good after finishing that game that like I kind of figured him out and stymied him and kept him at bay, and I think up until that point, I'd been playing well, but I'm sure there are people who are wondering, hey, how's this rookie going to play when he plays some real good players like a Jason Taylor?
That's awesome. Now that you're doing TV, what's something there where you had a take and you just, you throw it out there and then all of a sudden Twitter's coming at you and you're like, this is just like a benign take and now everybody's at my throat. Have you had a moment like that where, especially with the fan base around the NFL, the Browns fan base is adamant. You get the Eagles, stuff like that, where you make some kind of comment and then everybody's just like, oh, Joe Thomas hates the Eagles or something like that.
Well, the cool thing about the NFL fan bases is they are diehard, they are loyal, and they are irrational. So no matter what you say about their team, even if it's totally legitimate, they're going to come after you on Twitter. They're going to come after you on social media, and that's just part of it, right? And so you got to have a cornerbacks type memory when you work in TV or you work in media because somebody's always going to be mad at what you have to say, but it's your job to tell your version of the truth. But I will say that one time on Thursday Night Football, for some reason, we were talking about Sacagawea, and I said Sakakawea, and people were like, you don't even know what you're talking about, Sacagawea. And I was like, well, actually, now I'm questioning myself. One of my NFL Network people, right, a little bit of loyalty, a little bit of bonding there of my network people, came back at everybody on Twitter and was like, actually, there's two ways to pronounce it, and came up with like this real long Wikipedia definition to defend my honor, even though it was completely unintentional on my part. I was right in the end, and it felt pretty good to have like somebody jumping on there and making you sound a little less dumb.
Sacagawea would have been a great nickname for Michael Strahan, right? He had like the most sacks in the season. That would have been awesome.
It was almost what they renamed the Washington football team.
Yeah, the Sacagaweas. It's the lady on the gold coin that I put into the vending machine. I don't know who it is all the time. Listen, love it. Joe Thomas, we're so proud of you, not only as people here in Cleveland, but just for everything that you gave to the game. And there's a lot of guys that come out, and they're a lot worse for wear, and they're kind of listless, and they're kind of directionless. And it's awesome to see somebody that's gone in the direction that you have get down there in Canton, and best of luck with everything else. Bill, parting thoughts to Joe Thomas.
Well, I just want to congratulate you on getting into the Hall of Fame. I think you have another chance to get in there through your work as an analyst, because I think you give great analysis. And I'm also just like, I feel like a little kid right now because I get to talk to one of the all-time greatest football players, the first offensive lineman in NFL history, if I recall.
But he's 6'7", so we all look like little kids next to him.
That's the fun. Thanks for calling in, Joe.
Joe, thank you so much,
man.
Hey,
guys. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you,
pal.
pal.
Happy birthday, Bill.
Happy birthday, Bill.
Thank you.
All right, there you go. There's Joe Thomas. He's over there at the NFL Network, right?
Yeah, I'm going
doing his thing.
I'm going to go die now. This is awesome.
You're freaking out.
I am.
It's very exciting.
Awesome. Good. Yeah. It's a great birthday present, huh?
Yeah. That's pretty good.
Better than the $50 I sent you?
I mean, I like it all.
Is it better than the $50 I sent you?
Listen, I think this is better than most things.
Is it better than the $50 that Poundcake
Making
sent
Joe
you?
Thomas laugh, even if it was just like a sympathy laugh, it was awesome.
Sympathy laugh. Ha ha, I'm so sorry.
Oh.
All right, good. I'm going to let Bill's all verklempt. I'm going to let him towel himself off, and then I'll have another $1,000 for you at 3:30, so listen for that keyword. You could end today being $1,000 richer. And I'll have ministry tickets for you. They're doing a bunch of festival dates, but a headlining run will bring them to Cleveland to play the Agora. So if you dig those guys, I will have a pair of tickets for you after the break. 35192 on a text for anything else, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
Get ready to celebrate the songs and artists you've listened to and loved over the past year.
Monday, March 27th, live on Fox. The biggest stars from all genres of music will come together at our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Awards.
Who will go home a winner?
The iHeartRadio Music Award goes to...
That's all up to you.
This year's nominees include
Imagine Dragons,
Red Hot Chili Peppers,
Weezer, Jack White, 21 Pilots,
Blink-182.
Help decide who should win in categories like Best Lyrics, Best Music Video, Best Fan Army, Favorite Tour Style, Favorite Residency, and more.
Find a full list of nominees and start voting for your favorites now at iHeartRadio.com/awards.
The Hartford knows there's nothing small about your small business. Learn more about small business insurance solutions from The Hartford at thehartford.com/small business. That's thehartford.com/small business.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Rain showers for your Thursday with thunderstorms possible, highs in the 40s. Rain turning to snow overnight tonight with lows around 30. For your Friday, blustery with scattered snow, highs in the 30s.
This report is sponsored by Dunkin'. The new Dunkin' Brown Butter Toffee Latte raises the bar on what a latte can be. It's got bold espresso, subtle brown butter, and toffee flavor notes. If it were a shelf, it'd be a top one. The new Dunkin' Brown Butter Toffee Latte. Elevate your latte. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Terms apply.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language. Like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right. And they're designed by real language teachers, so you learn how to have real-world conversations, things you'll actually use.
It's incredible. After using Babbel, I'm ready to start having real conversations in French.
There's all kinds of ways to learn. Use Babbel's podcasts or games or videos. You can even join live classes with a language teacher.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
Babbel.
Babbel. Babbel. Évidemment.
Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
If you're like me, when I'm working with wood, safety is my #1 priority. That's why I use the Wall Manscaper. With its patented wraparound guard and safe touch blade, it's the safest tool for whittling below the old carpenter's belt. No nicks, no cuts, no fear. So protect your package, and all of you, with a full set of Wall Manscaper tools. Groom safely, my friend.
Hey Akron, are you ready to play like a big shot? You got Sainsbury here inviting you out to the new Big Shots Golf at Firestone. Tee it up in their heated tee boxes or hang out in the sports bar, or maybe both. Big Shots Golf is now open and they're located at 600 Swartz Road. Come out and play.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in Cleveland, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/Cleveland. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
Hi, Little Bob here. This President's Day, we're throwing a 5-star celebration at Bob's Discount Furniture, making it easy to shop my top-rated products.
This dream sectional is literally like sitting on a deep cloud.
Thanks, Jacqueline T. There's also my...
Is this mattress made
Imagine Dragons.
We're the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
It's iHeartRadio.
Only iHeartRadio gives you access to all. And best of all, it doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now.
From the Mazda of Kent studios.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Check out the all-new Mazda of Kent. MazdaofKent.com.
Traffic can't stop away. Can't stop away.
All right, Al Jorgensen and Ministry are back on the road this spring. In addition to doing a whole bunch of festival dates, they're on that Rob Zombie, Alice Cooper tour. They're doing some of their own headlining spots. They're going to come Friday, May 5th to play the world-famous Agora with special guest Gary Newman and Frontline Assembly. That is a trifecta. Tickets info, all that, agoracleveland.com, as always. 2 tickets here for you. Caller 10, good luck. Friday, May 5 at the Agora with Ministry. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Proving what one man can achieve with an utter lack of charisma.
One of the great achievements of our time.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I got another $1,000 here for you in a few minutes. Listen for the next chance to go fund yourself. Simple as that. Last few days to do it. But you get about 30 pass every hour. So that next one here is in a few minutes. Cavaliers lose last night in Philadelphia to the Sixers. A close game, though, ish. 118-112. But the Philly broke their win streak at 7.
Yeah, they were down about 20 at one point.
That's
so
good.
They were able to fight back and make it interesting. But weren't able to pull out the win. But I like that, they never give up. They always fight back.
So Cavaliers, everybody's out for the All-Star break. Is that this weekend,
That's
the All-Star
this weekend,
game?
Yeah, it starts Friday night.
Salt Lake City. Seems like only a year ago that we were doing this show from the All-Star game.
Yeah, we mentioned yesterday that just Donovan Mitchell was involved, but Evan Mobley is in the Rising Stars Challenge that goes on, or whatever they call it. Right? It's like a tournament now.
Okay.
So he's in that on Friday night, which now they do like a little round-robin tournament, which is cool. I think that's a fun way to do it. I think they have like 3 teams or something like that, or 4 teams. I think 4 teams.
What night is the home run derby?
That's baseball.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've got baseball on the brain.
Yeah.
Since Guardians baseball is almost upon us.
Love it.
That very first preseason game is next week. It's next Saturday. March the 3rd, we will be preempted for Guardians game against the Reds out there in Arizona. And then the season opener is not far off. The MLB season opener is March 30th in Seattle. And then they will play Seattle here for the home opener. That is April the 7th. And hopefully we'll be posted up somewhere. I'm going to tell you very soon where we're going to be for St. Patty's Day. Tell you where we're going to be for Guardians opening day. But all the pitchers and catchers are reporting for duty today. And then the full Guardians squad will be on site on Tuesday. Getting a lot of messages for Bill's birthday there. The talkback button on the iHeartRadio app for people who want to leave a message there.
Happy birthday, Bill. You might be a bottom boy, but I hope you make it to the top.
Oh my God, that's so creepy.
That's not Stefan. That's somebody else, right?
I'm not sure.
This dude's pipes.
Yeah. That's,
God. I'm so professionally envious. Good gravy. So yeah, there's that. Somebody texted, I hope I'm half as cool as Bill when I turn 41. Sorry, this is from Ian. I hope to be half as awesome as Bill when I'm 41. Happy birthday, Bam Bam. He's 31 now.
Oh,
so
nice.
he has 10 years to become half as awesome as you.
You can do it.
Any
I believe
tips?
in you, Ian.
Any pointers on how to be half as awesome as you?
It sounds like what you have to do is be less awesome than you are right now because you're probably more awesome than I am. So, I believe in you. I mean, it's been a good birthday. It's been a good week overall. I'm just having a good time. Got to see Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Right.
Quantumania.
Okay, so were the really iffy write-ups of this doing it justice? Or?
I don't know what they were expecting.
Okay.
See, I think people go in expecting it to be something.
Marvel set the bar pretty high.
It's an Ant-Man movie.
Yeah.
So it's going to be silly. This is the first one to take place in a very scientific, like sci-fi location, because it all takes place in this quantum realm.
Mm-hmm.
And so it has more of like a Star Wars type feel to it with the look of it. But it's silly. It's fun. There's some good action sequences. There's a lot going on, but I think they handle all of it pretty well. My biggest complaint is that some of the, I like when there's more stakes. Everything, I don't want to give things away, so I'm just going to leave it at that.
Yeah.
But
Not enough medium rare for you.
yes, right. And that's why it's a little anemic.
Right. More iron.
Yeah. But this is the one where you see Ant-Man kind of mix it up the most. Like he's throwing tons of punches. He's getting in there and being a gritty superhero. There's like fight scenes with Ant-Man in this, whereas the other ones, there's not as much as that.
I never got around.
I enjoyed it. I thought it was fun.
I never got around to seeing the second one. I've only seen the first one.
I like the second one. It had a lot of fun, and it's got Walton Goggins in it, so you should watch it.
Oh, I do like Walton Goggins. Love me some
Uncle Baby Billy.
I do love me some Walton Goggins.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania.
Yeah.
You give it.
I would give it 3.5 out of 5 farts.
3.5 out of 5 farts.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess that's good.
It's pretty good.
Yep.
So go in there with the expectations that it's going to be a silly, fun action movie where you can turn your brain off and you're going to have a good time. It's got some cool visuals. It's got
Michelle Pfeiffer.
Oh, my God.
I like Michelle
Michelle
Pfeiffer.
Pfeiffer is still so hot.
Yeah.
She is so hot. And I'll be honest, Michael Douglas still looks awesome.
Does he?
Like for an old dude.
Okay.
He looks great.
All right.
I mean, he looks old, but he still looks good. He's got great hair.
He's got to keep Catherine Zeta-Jones happy. Michelle Pfeiffer is 64 years old.
She looks great.
Yeah.
She's love her.
Sad news from the Bruce Willis camp. His prognosis is worsening as we speak. He got out of the movie biz because he'd been diagnosed with aphasia. So for a long time before he went public with it, people who worked with him would mention that he needed to be fed his lines and he couldn't remember things and blah, blah, blah. He's been diagnosed now with something called frontotemporal dementia, which is already hindering his ability to speak and communicate. So it's all downhill from here for Bruce Willis. They posted something, Rumor Willis, his daughter, posted something on Instagram that, he was initially diagnosed with the aphasia last spring, but his condition is getting worse. And so now he has something called FTD. And that, on average, you get maybe 6 or 7 more years with that. But we have seen the last of Bruce Willis in movies, which is probably why he was doing all of them in anticipation of not being able to do that anymore. But, love Bruce Willis.
That's a bummer.
Yeah, it's a bummer. Love Bruce Willis.
All right. Top 5 Bruce Willis movies for you.
Unbreakable.
That's
a
pretty
good one. That's a great one. I'd put that probably number 3. No, 3. I'll put it 3.
The scene where in that movie, he falls into the pool that has a cover on it and he's trying to get out, that gave me a serious fear of. My best friend growing up had a pool, and I would never take the cover off of her pool with her because
you were so scared of that.
Because I saw that movie way too young, and I was like, I'm gonna get tangled in it, and I am breakable. I will drown.
Top Bruce Willis movies: Pulp Fiction.
Okay, I'd put that probably 2.
12 Monkeys.
Oh, that's a good one.
Fifth Element.
Love it. Are these just in no particular order?
No particular order. I'm just rattling off the Bruce Willis. Die Hard.
Yeah.
Doy.
Nah.
I don't know. A lot of good ones. I mean, Sixth Sense. I guess Sixth Sense.
I would do Sixth Sense, Unbreakable, Pulp Fiction.
And G.I. Joe Retaliation.
Die Hard with a Vengeance and Die Hard. Those would be my 5.
What about Looper?
I liked Looper, but I wouldn't put it. It doesn't have the same feel to it. And then I kind of want to put Armageddon in there, even though there's space fire. It's it's still I really love Armageddon. That is a fun movie. My girlfriend had never seen it, and we were in the hotel, and they don't have Netflix there, so we're just watching what's ever on. And we got kind of like halfway through it. She's like, "What is going on here?" She's like, "Why is Bruce Willis an astronaut?" And I'm like, "He's not an astronaut. He's an oil guy that gets sent to space to blow." And she's like, "This is a ridiculous movie." I'm like, "It absolutely is, but it is
fun.
So much fun."
Yeah.
So
What about Whole 9 Yards?
That was
I
good
do
too.
love that movie
I
too.
loved that movie.
I love them. That was a good one.
Bruce Willis, the last theatrical release he did was a movie called Motherless Brooklyn that Ed Norton directed. It was him and Alec Baldwin. That was 2019. So everything he has done since 2019 has been direct to video, and he has done 26 films since 2019. All of them direct to video.
Look who's talking.
That-
Guys, you're missing the classics here. When he's in Friends and he dates, I think, Rachel.
Yeah, look who's talking, just his voice.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
He's
You're seeing
dating-
in any Bruce Willis production.
Mhm.
Okay.
He's dating Rachel, and his daughter's dating Ross.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah. And then he does that whole thing where he's like, "You're an awesome," like pumping himself up in the mirror, and Ross hears it.
What about Cop Out? I liked Cop Out.
Cop Out was fun.
Alan, I could really use some Jenna today. Do you have any Jenna?
There's always Jenna.
There's always Jenna.
It's time for Sweet Nothings with Jenna from Poland.
I hate headaches. I hate my life. And oh, look at that. I just pooped my pants.
This has been Sweet Nothings with Jenna from Poland.
Somebody take a look at that.
I really liked Sin City was great too.
Yeah, Sin City was dynamite. Red, I thought was a good late stage Bruce Willis movie.
Moonrise Kingdom. I forgot he did some of
Yeah.
those.
Let me give you some money here. It is $1,000 to go fund yourself. Last few days to do it, so listen to each and every one of these. Don't miss one, and I hope you win. Good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword BONUS at WMMS.com. That's BONUS. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
I couldn't help but think of Poundcake, when I was going through the entertainment news this morning and preparing to offer him my sincerest condolences that Ryan Seacrest is leaving Kelly and Ryan. He says he's not going to do it anymore. He's been there for a long time. For those of you who didn't even realize that Ryan Seacrest was on a show called Kelly and Ryan, he's on a show called Kelly and Ryan. And he replaced he replaced Michael Strahan. Michael Strahan, I think, replaced Regis Philbin. But it's been live with Kelly and Ryan for a while. Who do you think's going to replace him?
I thought they already replaced him.
Bobby Bones.
No, who's going to replace? They already know. They've already announced it. Who's going to replace Ryan Seacrest? Staring right in your face, sitting next to Kelly Ripa. Mark Consuelos will replace Ryan Seacrest. It'll be live with Kelly and Mark.
Live with Nepo husband.
This is going to be
He's a good-looking dude, though.
Yeah.
I mean, he's still ripped, and he's good-looking, and Seacrest is still going to do American Idol and whatever that radio thing he does, and he'll be fine.
This is going to be the start of their divorce. This is going to be their demise.
Because he works with his wife?
Working together, living together. It's going to be too much. He's going to understand the pressures that...
Yeah, but he's not going to... listen, I'm sure that they were like, well, let's have Mark do it. She's a producer. I mean, she's going to be doing way more stuff than he is.
Mm-hmm.
She's going to tell him what to do and where to go.
You say that.
And he'll be fine.
Okay.
Well, if it doesn't work out, they'll get somebody else. Right?
Yeah,
I mean, you're not going to tank your marriage for a dumb TV show. You'd be like, hey, this isn't working out.
A contract's a contract. They're like, you don't know their financial situation. They might need... once both of them rely on that income, then they both have to do whatever the producers say. I don't know,
But
man.
she's a producer.
She's one of the producers. I doubt Kelly Ripa's running the entire show.
No, but she's an EP. That gives her a lot of weight.
But a lot of those
And
shows.
by the way, wouldn't you want to get ordered around by Kelly Ripa? I mean, she doesn't scratch my itch, but I get it. He just goes in, sits down, and they can tell all those stories people love. Oh, Mark spilled his coffee. I mean, with Seacrest, I think that maybe they were hoping there was going to be some, in any other situation, you might be able to count on a little sexual tension. Just not with Ryan Seacrest. There's no sexual tension there at all. And especially if your husband's Mark Consuelos. Like I said, it's staring you in the face the whole time.
This is coming from me. Like, I get horny for a lot of people. But Ryan,
I know you do.
I'm just saying. Ryan Seacrest, like, no zaddy vibes, no nothing. He's never said anything remotely, like, sexual. Like, he's never even, like, made a flub. Like the whole... skin flute comment that we did.
Seacrest is
on Fox.
Well, he did try to high five a blonde guy. Nevertheless, Ryan Seacrest is a great broadcaster. He's not a phenomenal personality. He's a great broadcaster.
Sure.
He's great at making the trains run on time. He's built a fantastic career out of doing that. He's kept the real Ryan Seacrest behind the curtain for a long, long time.
Awesome, and that's a job in itself.
Well.
The whole,
there's probably not much there anyway, but I mean, he's just a hard worker. That's great.
He used to date Julianne Hough. They almost got married. And the reason why she broke up with him, she said there was nothing wrong with him, and that's the reason why I broke up with him. It was just vanilla. I was like, ooh, I would rather you say I'm a horrible person than you say I'm vanilla, because that means it was just regular old missionary sex. They weren't doing anything spectacular. He didn't blow her away. Nothing.
That's coming from Julianne Hough, who looks like somebody 3D printed her.
Yes. I was like, wow.
And you're too boring for Julianne Hough.
He's like, you want to do it again? Yeah. Do we have time for sex, babe? You got to ask for it with the arms out. Like,
do we have time for sex,
you want to
babe?
get one in real quick? Got to work. Got to get it in when I can. And she's like,
well, that's life. If you're a hard worker,
Yeah,
you got to get it in when you can.
It's fun to get it in with a ticking clock.
Yes, but you make it fun. Like, you want to do it in spontaneous ways. You want to do it in the limo on the way to the set, or you want to do it backstage, or you want to do it.
You're not going to get yourself all ruffled on the way to the set.
A man who's getting it. I bet you Rob Lowe would. Rob Lowe would do that.
I think. How'd you jump to Rob Lowe?
I don't know.
Rob Lowe.
Weird.
I mean, Rob Lowe's a good-looking dude, but how'd you jump from Seacrest to Rob Lowe?
Because I'm trying to think about industry men that have been married a long time, and they still have that zaddy vibe. Like Rob Lowe has.
Jeff Bridges.
I don't even know who that is.
Oh, you son of a bitch. Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
Tell Poundcake who Jeff Bridges is, will you?
You don't know who Jeff Bridges is?
Exactly. What can I do for you, Mike?
No, I just heard your segment on Bruce Willis, and I was going to say a couple other good movies were 16 Blocks and Tears of the Sun.
Is 16 Blocks is the movie where they have to get 16 blocks, isn't it?
Yeah, yes.
I feel like I've already seen it.
Not witness protection, but he witnessed something. He had to get him to the precinct or whatever.
Yeah, okay. Listen, I'll go all the way back. I still love Blind Date. I think that was Moonlighting era. I think that might have been his first movie. I love Blind Date with him and Kim Basinger. That's a funny movie, dude.
It is a funny movie.
Just slaps. Even Hudson Hawk, which is universally hated. I thought Hudson Hawk was funny. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate the call. Tears of the Sun. I don't remember that, but that's a war movie.
That's a
right?
war one.
Okay. I like Empire of the Sun, the band. Tears of the Sun, 2003. Okay. Monica Bellucci was in that. Foxy. I'm going to take a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com is where you would watch. And you listen wherever you are on the iHeartRadio app.
People are going funding crazy around here.
hey, you guys were talking about something that was kind of funny. It's always super. I hope he's okay.
I don't think he is.
So, well, he's not okay, but I hope that, super, super angry messages just nonstop. And he's extremely literal with everything we say.
Yeah.
And it sets him off. I'll play you a few here. The littlest things will set him off.
I swear to Alan, if I look it up and I find out Clutch hasn't been around 30 years, I'm going to come to that studio and choke you with all your fucking fake facts, fake information, and bullshit.
Right.
Is he joking?
No.
Really?
That is a perfectly rational response to me talking about Clutch yesterday and mentioning as an aside, they've been around a long time, around 30 years. They better be together 30 years or I'm going to come choke you. So at least I don't have any hands on me because they've been around for 30 years.
Mm-hmm. Over 30.
Yeah.
Alan, you're such a blowhard. I have a computer in front of me just like you do, except I'm not on the radio with a microphone. I could have found how long the King Biscuit f***ing flour hour was on in 3 seconds. You spent 5 minutes talking about everything except the actual facts. But you went to that Hall of Fame within 5 seconds and found what you were looking for. Lazy ass. Piece of shit.
Okay, yeah, he's mad.
Very
this dude
upset
has
about it.
Well, 'cause I was like-
such anger issues.
Well, I was like,
I don't know if
maybe
he's
joking.
I don't know if he's like handicapped and he's mad at life or because it ain't about us. I mean, I can't imagine anybody's having a good time with this guy.
This dude needs help.
Bill, you got some too from him.
I'm sure.
Please, Bill, enlighten me. Tell me about all your lazy kids. Oh, wait, you can't because you don't have any.
Yeah, he's very specific about things.
Well, I
he
have
gets very angry.
kids that I've raised as
Right.
my own, and I know.
I know.
To a person like this, that probably was abandoned. Maybe
I don't
he's got abandonment issues and stuff.
I will say, ironically enough, he never seems to point anything at Poundcake. So I think he might really like Poundcake.
Dipshit Mary, I don't think Joe Bonamassa was buying a guitar in 1975 for $220,000 when he was like 15 years old and no one knew who the f*** he was. Dummy.
Dude, yes, he was opening for, was it B.B. King? I think he was opening for B.B. King when he was 12.
Hey, dummy.
So
Joe
don't even come
Bonamassa,
at me like
he
that.
wasn't 15 in 1975, by the way. He was born in 77.
Joe Bonamassa.
And Mary's right. He opened for B.B. King when he was 12.
I was like, he started opening for the greats, and I didn't say that he bought it. I said that maybe I did say that. I apologize.
You
I don't
say
remember
that
exactly
he
what I said.
has this
he
guitar,
had a guitar that was worth that amount of money then.
Well, anyway, not Maslin guy is always pissed off about, and obviously it's not about us, but
right.
I
Dude,
mean,
go to
he's
therapy.
Very, very
I
pissed.
almost bought a T-shirt or a hoodie off of Facebook. It's just a white like crew neck sweatshirt, and then in black plain letters it just says "Go to therapy." I was so close to getting it, where I was like, "Man, I love this. Is like I love this so much. My whole vibe."
Oh, I thought you said goat therapy.
Yeah, both.
This guy, this will probably fall on deaf ears, but you are very angry and you seem like you're not a very happy person. And I
What
want you
gave
to
you that
feel
idea?
better. And a way to do that is to go to therapy and work out these issues. Please do that. Please.
By the way,
and
Joe
if you have
Bonamassa-
anything in common with this guy, go to therapy. And if you don't have anything in common with this guy, go to therapy.
Everybody should go to therapy.
Joe Bonamassa's getting ready to drop a Red Rocks live DVD, by the way.
Ooh, I'm gonna watch that.
April 14th.
He's gonna be here tomorrow.
Yeah. We gave away tickets last week.
He's actually going to be here in less than 24 hours. So
Be very careful about what you say. Not Maslin guy. He's coming knives out, baby.
Jeez, dude, go to therapy.
Well, something. I mean,
he's got a lot of anger. Don't be so angry.
Yeah.
It's not fun.
Yeah.
You'll feel better.
So, something's going on there, but I hope he's okay.
I already forgot what he was mad at me about.
That you don't have kids.
You don't have kids. I have people do that all the time.
Why does that bother you so much?
It bothers people. They just want to be mad about something. I said something on, I think I tweeted like stepmom fail of the day. And some guy replies like, "Oh, congratulations on your wedding. What's that? You're not married? Interesting."
I don't
idiot.
get it. Like,
what does it matter?
Right.
What does it matter?
In the course of a normal human conversation, you're always kind of cutting corners and cutting to the chase.
Yeah.
Right?
Hanging out with my boyfriend's daughter fail of the day doesn't have the same.
Yeah, in the interest of word economy,
Right, it's a
sir,
tweet.
as professional communicators, that's the point we're trying to get across.
Right. And like my kids call me dad, so what? Why does it bother you? Like they're fine with it. Why are you so mad about it, sir?
Well, I assume he doesn't have children.
He might. Maybe that's why he's so
maybe
mad.
he's got kids, but he doesn't
got
take
like
care
30
of
of
them.
them.
I don't know anything about him. All I know is that and that he's not from Massillon.
I hope he doesn't have kids. I really hope he doesn't have kids.
What if he's actually a really good dad? He takes all of his anger out on us.
All right.
So he can be emotionally
then I'd
available
rather
for his
have
children.
that.
Fine. Yeah.
That's all right.
I'll
Like if
take
this
that.
is his outlet to be a good dad, then fine.
But what do you think the chances of him
don't
having it that compartmentalized?
I'm trying to help.
Yeah. You're an optimist.
Maybe this is him going to therapy. His therapist was like, hey, you got to stop taking this out on your kids. Find a healthier outlet. So he takes it out on us.
So he's like, thank God for that talkback button.
I'm right.
Here's a couple that I don't know if they ever did therapy, but this is a couple in Pennsylvania. Tony and Francis Toto, T-O-T-O, talking about their marital troubles. After 40 years ago, his wife hired teenage hitmen to kill him. They attempted to murder him 5 times. They tried to blow up his car. They tried to shoot him. They tried to attack him with baseball bats. But they worked it out, and they made up. And they're still together 40 years later. That's love.
That's crazy.
That's love. There's a movie called I Love You to Death, and it's loosely based off the story of these two people.
Twice, one in the back of my head and another bullet went right through the chest.
And the one in his head is still there. I don't think I was thinking straight.
I don't think I was thinking straight when I hired teenage hitmen to kill my husband. This guy loves Francis.
It was like a love-hate kind of a thing.
And then we both cry and we say to each other, for now on, let's talk, let's communicate better. Something that we should have done before.
Listen, let's talk. Why you keep sending teenagers to kill me? 5 times. They shoot me in the back of the head. Bullet still in there? You had a bad week? You tell me about it.
You think she has any leeway in the relationship at all?
Yes, the guy stuck around.
Yeah, but he could throw that at her anytime she does anything wrong.
But he clearly doesn't. They're old people now. Allentown, Pennsylvania.
Where Jim Toos is from.
Jim Toos is from.
40 years ago, this was big news. They will celebrate 57 years of marriage this year. So they were just teenagers themselves. We've been blessed that we had all those years, said Tony. Although he says there was one time when it got a little rough. It was 1983. They owned a pizza shop. They had 4 kids. And Tony, as pizza shop owners will from time to time, had a side piece. And not of pizza.
Yeah,
of woman.
Breadstick, a little garlic knot.
And Francis found out.
That's a cute little pet name. My little garlic
My
knot.
little garlic knot.
Let me get right in your garlic knot and see how this goes. Let me lay a tarp down. Frances hired some kids to try to kill him. One night, she put a bottle of sleeping pills in his food, and then the
Whole
hitmen
bottle?
shot him. This guy, it's amazing he's alive, and it's amazing that they're still together. The whole thing's amazing. Love. They shot him twice in the back, that one in the back of his head they were talking about, and one of the other bullets went right through his chest. Because of the pills, his system slowed down. So he said that he didn't feel a thing. He didn't feel a thing.
It just reminds me of Austin Powers when he's trying to kill the Fimbot. He's like, why won't you die? She's over, why won't you die?
Or the Will Ferrell character. It's like,
Beginning
I'm just
to smell
badly burned.
Smell like almonds.
Yeah. She told him that he just had the flu, and that's why he felt so weird. 5 days later, the cops got involved, and they arrested her and the guys that tried to kill him. He was in the hospital for 12 days. First thing he did when he got out was bail out his wife. That's love, boy. But she spent 4 years in prison, and he talked to her on the phone every day. So think about this. He's already stepped out on you, and you're so psychotic with rage that you try to kill him. Then you go to prison. Now you can't keep an eye on him. What do you think he's going to do now? This guy's going to be up to his nose in women's garlic knots. I Love You to Death, movie from 1990. I don't remember that movie, but it's based on those two. I Love You to Death. It was probably
Bruce Willis.
Oh, I remember this movie. Yeah, it was Kevin Kline. And he's Joey and Rosalie. They run a pizza joint. River Phoenix is in it. And then, they try to kill Keanu's in it. All right. Well, anyway, there are different definitions of what people, Chris Rock's got that old joke, you can shoot a black woman and she'll stay with you. But everybody's got their own mechanism that makes it work. And for these two, it was worth sticking it out. But if you're one of their kids, what an amazing story. Hey, how did your mom and dad meet? Let me tell you how they met. In high school. And then they had a little bit of a rough patch. My mom tried to kill my dad a bunch of times, right? Hired some guys, some kids.
She served her time. She learned her lesson.
She learned her lesson.
She hasn't tried to kill him since.
That's
Relax.
right. Yes, that was a long time ago.
You are overreacting.
That was 40 years ago. Long time. It was the 80s. It was a crazy time. I mean, disco was dead by then. That had to make her extra mad. You couldn't go out to the discotheque anymore and just sweat out your issues, And I imagine running a small business is not easy. You've got 4 kids. I envision a Bob's Burgers type scenario where the restaurant's down below. They're living upstairs. That's not easy. Hello, Bill.
Hey, Al. I love the show after hearing those last 2 recorded messages. Jeez. Let's have some love for the Alan Cox Show, Bill and Mary.
Hi.
That was too serious a call for me, but just don't call me Shirley. Anybody?
Yeah.
And, yeah, that's an old one. And I guess I'm not with the times, but when I order a pizza, I get a side salad. Oh.
He's giving himself a Bill's side salad, right? You're not messing with any young lady's garlic knots, is what you're trying to say.
No, I'm just trying to get a little more love and laughter. Those calls spook me.
Grr! Well, again, I hope the guy's okay. And
Al,
yes,
we love you.
Well,
we love you.
Listen,
Bill,
I'm
Mary,
not.
We love you.
It kind of made me laugh, but yeah. Okay, thank you, Bill. I appreciate the call. There's Bill in Lakewood. Hey, Mike Winfield is in town to do hilarities. We haven't seen him in a minute, so we're going to catch up with him on the way back. I will also have those Clutch tickets for you. They're going to do an outdoor gig this time around. They come through with some regularity. They're going to play Jacobs Pavilion at Nautica. So if you want to go see Clutch, I will hook you up. Coming back here, that show is May 14th. And then 4:30, next chance for you to win $1,000. Last few days to go fund yourself. That next keyword coming up.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio
from the Mazda of Kent studios.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Check out the all-new Mazda of Kent. MazdaofKent.com.
It's time to give stuff away. It's time to give stuff away. 'Cause I love you, Alan. And it's time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to go see Clutch. They are back in Cleveland, this time doing an outdoor gig. They're going to play May 14th. That is a Sunday night at Jacobs Pavilion at Nautica. The No Stars Above Tour. Clutch in the headlining spot. They're bringing Amigo the Devil and Nate Bergman on the bill, too. AXS.com. Any info you need, tickets, whatnot. I will give this pair to caller 10, so good luck. We'll see you there. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
What feels great to do is absolutely free, can be done by yourself, and yet no one ever mentions it.
It's the Alan Cox Show
on the Buzzard.
WMMS.
I worked in the worst department at the grocery store. Not the meat, not produce, not the freezer. I worked in the steel department. You familiar with the steel department, right? Self-checkout lane? I got paid to watch people steal all day. And people think you stupid. Like, you know when they're gonna rob you when they're bringing up their stuff, they always gotta look back up at you. They're like, boop, boop. This one dude tried to humiliate me. Like, I knew he was gonna rob us because I'm looking at him, he's looking at me. I'm like, just steal it. But he tries to play me in front of the entire store while he's ringing his stuff up. He makes the beat noise with his mouth.
There's
He didn't do it right. Like, you gotta act this out, go all in, raise your pitch at least. He's like, like the produce is not even supposed to make a sound. You're beeping unbeepable stuff.
There's Mike Winfield on America's Got Talent.
Hey.
Absolutely.
Look at you.
Hey.
You look great.
I'll tell you, the real winners today are the people watching the show on the live stream.
Oh, they get to see it.
Yes, you're on
I
camera.
didn't know you on video. I was about to do weird stuff.
You said
I didn't know cameras were involved.
You said yourself the camera never stops rolling.
It never stops rolling.
That's
and I
right.
think we need to add into the credits that I am Golden Buzzer recipient Mikey Winfield
There he is.
from the show.
Now,
Thank you.
for people who don't watch America's Got Talent, explain what that is, because it's
Okay.
very prestigious.
You're right. This is when you are performing on the show, and your performance is so incredible that one of the judges has to reach their arm over the desk and hit the buzzer because it is a performance of a lifetime.
So they have to stretch to get this golden buzzer.
They have to do physical movement to reach over there, and Simon Cowell hit that, and that is historic because he has never given a comedian on America's Got Talent the golden buzzer, but this boy right here, he did it for the people.
The pride of Baltimore, Maryland, made good.
Yes.
You're going back home to Baltimore right after the Cleveland shows, right?
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
I'm going to go back to Baltimore, and that'll be good to see family who are trying to get free tickets, but nope.
Not anymore.
Not
Time
anymore.
to pay now, yeah.
You got to pay like everybody else.
Yeah, it's a great time, you know. Just,
When was that, America's Got Talent?
I mean,
last
now,
summer?
Let me tell you, it was last summer.
Yeah. But
you're on
and
the
that was
new
season
season.
17, and then they did a branch off, a new season called All Stars, and I got
Okay.
invited to that because apparently I was an All-Star.
Yeah.
Right.
And so,
Well, golden buzzer worthy.
It's
yeah.
going now. So Monday night, I'm airing in the finals of that as we speak. You
Oh,
heard it here
awesome.
first. I'm in the finals, y'all.
Dude, congrats.
That's awesome.
It's one thing to get to the finals of America's Got Talent, which you've done before.
Yes.
You've done it against the All-Stars.
Yeah.
Dude, that's insane.
It's even bigger competition.
Yeah.
And what people don't understand about this show is I'm doing a 2-minute set.
Yeah.
It's
So if you've
so
Real hard to
short.
do.
if you've ever done stand-up, that's the worst situation you can be in, to only have 2 minutes. So it's landing properly, and I'm just riding the wave while
Good
it's
for
here
you.
because these waves go away.
Getting that many punchlines in a 2-minute set is incredibly difficult, and then to have it be TV clean.
Oh, yeah.
And not just TV clean, but primetime TV clean. Like you are.
You can't say anything.
There,
But
it's
you're
like
clean
you're
anyway, right, Mike?
dodging all these different bullets and all these, and you're just dancing right through them with a smile on your face.
Yeah, you know what? There's so much they can edit out. Like, am I clean? I'm cleanish.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, you would have less to worry about in an environment like that show than maybe some other people would.
Yeah, but I like telling stories. Sometimes stories are 4 minutes. You have 2 minutes for your entire set.
Right.
And then afterwards, you got to be clever because they're interviewing you, and that's the time when they're asking you questions, and you're like, all right, you just can't.
Those are your real jokes.
Yeah, you just can't just
That's how
be
you really,
regular. At that point, you got to have that.
Did you have to chop down that hunk, or was that like a quick thing you had?
Oh, no.
That you're like, I can do this on AGT?
Oh, that's incredibly chopped. It's edited all up.
Yeah.
And it was taken out and the, all types of words were taken out so it could just be funny.
Make it smoke.
Funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't do that at the clubs when I'm performing weekends because I'd rather slow down and pace myself. And then I ain't trying to give out heart attacks.
Right.
I just want people to have a great time.
And the TV timing is different than club timing. Club timing, you can stretch things out a little bit, let it breathe, and people are willing to wait for it. On TV, they're just trying to get the commercial break.
That's it.
That's all they care about.
Absolutely. And it's wild that people come to the live show when I'm in towns and they're like, man, you're funnier. Like now, you were on the show. I'm like, because I'm doing more than 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And I'm not rushed, and there's not judges staring at me like you're staring at me in the audience, but it's different.
Was Last Comic Standing before your time? Kind of?
No, I'm very familiar with the show. I love
Last
Comic
But you weren't
Standing.
on it.
I wasn't on it, but I mean,
performance-wise, it was a little bit,
Yeah.
Well, something like America's Got Talent, too, I would think that, because listen, if you're a little girl who's going to sing, or you're a guy who's going to cut a woman in half or whatever, those are all things that seem to maybe fit a little bit better in that mold. Everybody's going to look nervous. But a comic who's doing a show like that, in your head, you're going, not nervous, but you're like, I got to do, like you said, it's so heavily edited.
Yeah.
That you just kind of got to keep that train rolling for 2 minutes and not have any derails whatsoever.
Especially when you're following a girl with a puppet.
Right?
Yeah.
Right.
I'm like, do you even want to hear jokes right now? Like,
bring the puppet back.
So unexpected when I show up. They're like, oh, okay, yeah, we'll listen to comedy, And then I performed in Vegas for a long period of time as part of the AGT show.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't there for comedy. They were there for America's Got Talent.
Right.
And
So that's a variety show.
It is.
I see, because I saw other stand-ups posting. I was like, oh, that's so cool. They did like a stand-up night or whatever, but it's the same thing there. You're following trained dogs and oh wow.
Only
cats.
I was hosting. So
Oh.
I was bringing up the trained dogs.
Okay.
And I was performing and doing all that. And when I was telling people I'm hosting here in Vegas, they thought I was hosting the actual show on NBC. So they're like, wait, Terry Crews is gone? Yes! I'm like, no. I love Terry.
Yeah.
Nah, he's still there for now.
But hosting also kind of it's a different vibe, but it does let you kind of dance a little bit in and out of these things too. Like the pacing's different, but I mean, you can.
But you're performing in casinos, and
Right.
casinos don't want you to go over a minute,
Right.
Or they're losing money. So they're like,
and they're bussing people in who might not even know what's going on.
Absolutely.
They just got a ticket for something in that room.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's you and a dancing dog.
That was it.
Yeah.
But this weekend you're at Hilarity, so that's the prime space to see Mikey Winfield.
Oh, and you talk about hilarities. Like, I've been coming to this club for years and people not knowing me. It's different now.
Yeah. You got some sellouts happening.
Yeah,
That's a great feeling, though. How has the audience changed as far as like a reception wise? It's probably you just feel like you're murdering 24/7. Like
they are so loyal.
Yeah.
They're yelling out, "You should have won!" And they're laughing before I tell the joke. And I'm like, man, I'm gonna be the worst comedian in the year.
It's just nonstop love all the time. You have no sense of anything anymore.
Everything I say is funny. And then
Yeah.
you go somewhere people don't know you. They're like, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Tonight, tomorrow, and Saturday are the 5 shows with Mike Winfield. 7 o'clock tonight, 7 and 9:45 tomorrow and Saturday. You can go to Hilarity's website and get all the info there. I got to give away some money real quick, so hold that thought, okay? It's $1,000 right here to go fund yourself. Listen closely. Last couple of days to get one of these, so good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword BILLS at WMMS.com. That's BILLS. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Mike Winfield is at Hilarities right around the corner from us all this weekend. America's Got Talent All-Stars. Is it premiere Monday? I remember seeing promos for it. It looked like it wasn't on yet. But are they in the middle of the All-Stars?
We are in the middle of, well,
you're
we're
on
nearing
Monday.
the end, actually, because the finals are Monday night.
Okay.
So, and then a week after, they do the finale, and they find out who's the winner, who gets the $25,000.
Is that what it is? 25 grand?
Well, let me tell you, for the summer, the last season, it was $1 million.
Yeah.
And this one's 25,000. And, you know.
That seems weird that the All-Stars are only getting 25,000. Like,
yeah.
Like,
yeah,
what the?
It's different.
And it's not summertime. Like, this is, like, when.
How did they go from
They're making more money this time of year with TV. That's
how they go from $1 million to 25 grand.
That's my guess. You know, I didn't get to talk to Simon about that. Like, I told him I wanted to host the show, but I didn't get to tell him why the money went down.
Right. Right. As you get further along, because I don't know any of the dynamics of that show, as you get further along in it, is there any interaction with you and the hosts, or no? They're trying to keep it professional and, hey, we're the judges.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
There's
okay.
interaction with me and the judges, and, you know, I might run into Heidi backstage. Like, I ran into Heidi Klum backstage, and she's getting fitted, and I'm like, whoa, I'm like touching 6 foot, right? She's taller than me.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, this is crazy. And they putting scarves and stuff, and then she's dancing in the green room all provocatively. And I'm like, yo, what am I witnessing right now? You know, this is some Wild B-roll action back here.
But she's always posting on Instagram, too. So it's like she's probably always filming something. Anything you film, she'd be like, I already got it, or whatever. You know? So it's Simon, it's her, it's Terry now. Howie
Mandel, and Howie's been great. I've been like going to Howie's production company because when I was there during the summer, he offered me a gig to open up for him.
I saw that, and I was going to ask if you've been doing that.
That's the thing. I've been so busy, the schedules didn't even line up.
But that's
Go ahead and tell him I'll do some of those dates for you.
I'll put it out.
I'll open for Howie a couple times.
Does he have a spot now in Vegas? Like Kimmel's got a club. Does Howie have a club in Vegas?
No,
I thought he did.
Howie's so busy doing incredible things. Like, it's fun when you hang around. Like, I've met rich people, and then you read people like Howie, where he has a production company, and he's like, I think I'm going to go over here, and outside is his private jet. So he just walks outside, and it's like, oh, the jet's parked where, like, my Hyundai's at?
But Howie Mandel is a great example of somebody who gives hope to everybody who, if they find themselves kind of professionally or creatively out in the cold, they can come back and have a massive second act. Like, years ago, nobody wanted to talk to Howie Mandel. Nobody cared about Howie Mandel. Deal or no deal, last thing this guy wanted to do, right? But he's like, I wasn't getting booked. Literally, I wasn't getting gigs. I take this game show, and it all explodes. He didn't know what he was getting into. So he's a great example of like a massive, massive second act that somebody can have.
No, absolutely. It's like, keep going. Just keep going in this business. That's kind of what I learned. It's one of those things where things are going great now. And I felt like I've been funny before. You know, it's just when your lane opens up, just hop in the lane and go. And everyone's lane is something else. So I stopped chasing. I learned that a long time ago. Like, stop chasing, and the stuff that's for you will find you. You know, and that's the same with women. You don't chase. They'll find you, you know?
Yeah. When you were on The Office, because I remember seeing you on The Office, was that the last season of that show?
No, but people had stopped watching the prior season, so it was kind of like the last season.
Well, I'll see you pop up in like a rerun or something.
Yeah,
but
I'm on season 8.
Okay.
So they went to, I believe, 10 or 11. And for those of you listening, I'm a warehouse worker, and I have one of the most classic lines on the show ever.
Yeah.
On The Office. The line was, "Hi, Gabe." There's people right now like, whoa, that's him.
I can't believe it.
That's the guy. Yeah. But you did Letterman back in the day and the whole thing, right?
did.
So did it feel like stops and starts for a while, or did it feel like, well, this is the trajectory of whatever? Now it seems to really like you're opening up to a much wider audience.
Well, that's what I mean about waves. Like right then and there, I was like, oh, it's over. You know, I'm killing. This is great. And it was at the time, you know, but it wasn't moving tickets. It was just I was popular. I was getting opportunities and auditions. Now, you know, it disappeared for a while, and then you keep going, you tour, and now tickets are moving. People are coming out. The moms, because I talk to the moms a lot, and they show up.
Right.
Yes.
Moms are a loyal fan base.
Yeah,
man.
moms are very loyal fan base, and they're so happy to see me in person. I'm like that kid they went to high school with.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, I think so. I remind them of Jimmy. From,
the funny
senior
guy
year.
from class.
Yeah,
who
he was great.
Yeah.
I loved him.
He was so nice, but so funny too, and he never made fun of me or anything. And so, when you joking about being a hometown hero aside, what happens when you get back home to Baltimore on Monday? I mean, is it going to be packed out? Is that what it's going to be?
Complete chaos. I
Yeah.
got people from school coming. I got family coming, offering me drinks before the show. You know, I got like a camera crew because the news is showing up to make this big story. It's going to be a mess.
Right.
You know, the least important thing I'm doing that night is my set.
Right.
Right. All the accoutrements are more important than that.
Everything else.
Yeah.
Are you
Well,
staying
and
in a hotel
Go
or are you
ahead.
staying with family?
Nah, I'm staying in a hotel. I
Okay,
love
I was
them,
going to
but
say,
yeah,
do you
yeah.
have boundaries now where
yeah.
you're like, I got hotel money?
Yeah, I
can
need my
stay.
distance. I don't
Right.
trust them.
I can't sleep in my childhood bedroom
Right,
anymore.
I didn't know. You like got this great golden buzzer, and then your mom's waking you up for pancakes in the morning or something.
I'll be at the hotel, you guys.
Well, not only that, but it's like, you know, it's not like you're from tiny town Kansas. Baltimore.
Yeah.
You go home to Baltimore and they're like, this is a big deal.
No, absolutely.
We have Mike E. Winfield and we have The Wire.
Yes,
That's what we've got. It's
Hey.
very exciting.
There's a few things, and I'm one of them.
Yeah. So what happens, is this a thing like, because like when they do Dancing with the Stars or any of these other TV shows, they send like a tour out. If you end up getting like the big thing on America's Got Talent, do they send you out on like a showcase thing or no? You're left to do
In
your
a
own
way,
thing? Yeah.
it's kind of like that's what Vegas is.
Yeah.
So whoever wins, like prior seasons, they go to Vegas, and you're in a deal. So I went voluntarily because they offered me, and I was hosting, and I was like the face of the show.
Yeah.
And that was great, and I will go back. I'll go back. It was like a residency that I did for a couple of months, and I'll go back. You know, like. They were paying really well.
Sure.
And it was fun. It was just different, you know, and I met a lot of people that were on the show, and it was great. It wasn't much stand-up. That was kind of what hurt me. I want to do hours on the road.
Well, that's the thing is I wonder, there has to be a thing in the back of your mind where you're like, I can't get too far away. Being in this machine is great because it puts me in front of a ton of eyeballs, but you never want to get too far away from what you really want to do. It's like this weird kind of compromise. You're not Andrew Dice Clay.
Right.
You don't have to worry about your material that much, but you also are like, I don't want all moms at my shows.
Yeah, you know what? No, I don't. I wouldn't say that. I do want all moms.
Every mom.
I don't want to speak for you.
You're a
Sorry.
mom.
Yeah.
But no, it's this thing where, you know, yeah, being in Vegas, it was a clean show. Kids were at the show.
Okay.
And I do want an element of filth.
Yeah.
You know, I
That's
do
what I'm
have
saying,
some
yeah.
edge. So I need to kind of explore that, or I start getting antsy and
Right.
like, hey, I'm not feeling this. And I don't want to be that person. So I told them I'm trying it out and let's see. And I liked it.
Yeah.
So I'll go back and do another short stint, long as I have this available.
Right.
This road stuff until I do the TV show. And I have a feeling I'm going to only like the TV show. I'm not going to love it. I'm going to do that for the legacy. And I'm going to do that because I should be in front of the camera. But I want to get back
You're
to the
dressed for it.
stage.
Of
Right.
course.
It's all about what feeds your
That's
soul.
that's for them. Stand-up is for you.
It absolutely
Yeah.
is. But, you know, like, you got to follow the path. Like, it's saying go there, do a television show. You look like a cartoon character, you know, and I'm going to do that. But it's all about the stage.
Yeah.
You know, and people don't even care as much as they do about stand-up specials.
Right.
Or maybe they don't care about people they don't know. I don't know what it is. But I remember it felt more popular back before. And now it's just like, yeah, cool.
Well, there's a hell of a lot more of them.
Yeah.
And the thing
Absolutely.
is, too, is, you know, we've all got friends who thought, like, they go, I got the Comedy Central 30-minute thing, or I got the HBO half-hour comedy hour or whatever over the years, right? And back in the day, it was a much bigger thing. But now there's so many of them, and there's so many people doing them, either
Right.
self-producing them or whatever.
Right.
They're still fun. It's fun to have an arrow in your quiver that's one of those. But, you know, Mike Winfield at Hilarities, sorry, kids, 21 and over.
Oh.
For these shows. 5 shows between tonight, tomorrow, and Saturday. 7 o'clock tonight, 7 and 9:45 tomorrow and Saturday. And then the big homecoming in Baltimore on Monday.
Oh, yeah.
And America's Got Talent All-Stars. They're all stars.
Yeah.
Hence the name of the show.
Look at that.
They're all stars. Well, it's always good to see you. Thank you for coming in.
It's always a
man.
pleasure. It's warm
Enjoy the
vibes in
weekend.
here.
Enjoy the weekend and everything that comes after. In Mike E. Winfield, by the way, on social, if you want to go find him.
And good luck Monday in the finals.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm excited about it. People are going to bigassteeth.com. That's my website. It's a real website. You can get more details.
All right, good. Yeah. Let me break here. You want to get a text for anything? 35192 to get us there, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
iHeart did a research project a few years ago. They thought they had calculated it wrong because Doogie's likability score was so low. I think it was a 0. They thought they screwed up, but no.
That's the name of my book, The Most Hated Woman in Radio.
That would sell.
Powerful.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Suffering from low energy? Join Planet Fitness for $10 a month in the judgment-free zone. Deal ends soon. See local club for details.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does and is here to help with digital tools to help you save
98.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
It's time to give stuff away, away. Alan Cox, baby, giving stuff away. Give stuff away.
All right, you want to go to this year's Incarceration Music and Tattoo Festival? It's back at the Ohio State Reformatory, July 14th through the 16th. Your headliners for the 3 nights: Slipknot, Pantera, and Limp Bizkit. But the all-star lineup goes from there. Tons of great bands. Megadeth and Volbeat, Lamb of God, In This Moment. Lots more. I think POD is coming back to do Incarceration. The whole lineup, see it at incarceration.com. GA Weekend Passes, 2 of them here for you. Be caller 10, and we'll see you there. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
Listening to the show doesn't make you a bad person. That thing in the foot locker at the end of your bed, that makes you a bad person.
MMS.
The Buzzard.
Everybody's hitting me up today. Alan, you must be very happy that Depeche Mode is coming to Cleveland. Of course I am. Of course I am. You know me. Man. Because the last couple times they haven't come to Cleveland, and they're not touring nonstop. But the last couple of times, they haven't stopped here. I don't know. There's only a couple of guys left. I think Martin Gore and Dave Gahan are the only 2 left. Andy Fletcher died. Only Depeche Mode story I have, because I've never met them and I've never seen them live, is that one of my ex-wife's best friends banged Martin Gore. Nice. Something back in the day. But Depeche Mode have added 29 dates to the Memento Mori tour, and it will get them to the Romo Fijo on November the 10th. Their first tour in 5 years. I don't know the support acts. Kelly Lee Owens and Stella Rose and the Dead Language. I don't know those acts, but who cares? Cleveland on the list of cities that they have added. So they added Toronto, Detroit, Cleveland, Chicago. I'm very excited. Are you going to go?
I'll probably go. I love Depeche Mode, and Precious from 2005 is one of my favorite songs. But they have such a lengthy catalog.
Yes,
they
do.
That one... Especially, I don't know, there was just something about that song that just hit for me.
They got new stuff out. Ghosts again, I think, is the one that they just dropped. But, boy, you talk about a band that nobody thought would stand the test of time because music was changing so much and because these guys could not keep the spike out of their arm. But Depeche Mode, cleaned up, looking good. You know, you got it when you're that old. You got to be skinny. You have to be thin. And they've done it. So if you're a Depeche Mode fan, that's very exciting that they'll be back through and to do Cleveland. And if you're not, it's still very exciting.
Let's be honest.
I won't lie to you.
They got lucky that the type of music that they make kind of came back into fashion in the mid-2000s.
Yes.
Because it was a very 80s sound, and that was left behind in the 90s with all the grunge stuff and nu metal. And then in the mid-2000s, there was this kind of return to this, and now there's bands that sound like Depeche Mode that have been they got 20-year-olds in it, and they're like, we love Depeche Mode, so this is our influence.
I was in an elevator in Chicago last May, and a friend of mine texted me, Andy Fletcher died, and I was so surprised at how bummed out I was. He was a founding member of Depeche Mode. And, they got into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame a few years ago. They're only a few years in now. And I was like, oh, my God. I was so bummed because I was like, does that mean the end of Depeche Mode? And it doesn't. I mean, Gahan and Gore are going out. But I'm sure they'll have other people with them. I don't know. And other people have come in and out of that band. But, yeah. So that'll be this fall. Lot of good shows coming up in 2023. So that'll be one of them. Alan, do you have more Jenna? Yeah, I always have more Jenna. Do you want to hear more Jenna?
Yes.
I don't want to just, Okay, yeah, I've got some more Jenna for you.
It's time for Sweet Nothings with Jenna from Poland.
I'll never forget what TJ King said. He said,
This has been Sweet Nothings with Jenna from Poland.
I guess she forgot. Well, there it is. She leaves messages nonstop, and there's a couple more. Not Maslin guy left a couple more messages.
Oh, boy. My guess is he did not chill out since we told him to. I guess he's very angry still.
Let me see what he... Hold on. Let me see what he left here. Okay, hold on. Let me find, because he leaves them a lot here. No, not that one.
You got to edit them, too. Yeah.
Well, no, they're edited.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to make sure I'm getting to the beginning here.
He's...
Oh, there we go. Okay. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, not Maslin guy here. I'm just sitting here taking a nap in my giant leather chair, playing World of Warships. I don't say anything about Poundcake because he says dumb shit all the time.
By the way, I think he thinks that's like a flex.
Yeah.
He has a giant leather chair.
Yeah.
Okay.
He says dumb shit all the time. And if you would say things that were accurate more than once every 4 or 5 days, I wouldn't say a word about it. I listen closely. That's why I point these
I'll tell you
things.
what, that is a good point, because I have a policy on this program that my accuracy need only be twice a month.
Accuracy.
So he does have a point there. If I were more accurate more than every 5 days. That's constructive criticism. I can do that.
I listen closely. That's why I point these things out. And I get tired of hearing you say them. And I'm not an angry guy. I got a girlfriend and a job and everything. So shove your therapy up your ass, Bill.
I like this dude. I like this dude.
I like how he thinks that because he has a girlfriend, he's not angry.
Mm-hmm.
Every angry guy in the planet sooner or later can end up with a girlfriend.
I never even have to hit her. She just knows.
Yeah, right. I'm not angry. I got a girlfriend.
Yeah, this dude is... Go to there.
Poundcake likes him.
Well, Poundcake likes the worst people.
I know.
I don't know anything about this guy. He might be a nice guy. I don't know.
He doesn't seem like a nice guy.
I love that.
He does have a big leather chair, though. He's playing World of Worship?
Warships? I don't know what that is. I assume he said warships.
Worship?
I think I cracked the code on how to have your haters not even hate on you anymore. Just be wrong all the time, and they don't have the energy to correct you.
By the way, no kids, no wives, no ex-wives, no nothing. I was smarter than all of you in that aspect. Because if I had done all those things, then I'd have to sit around and talk about all the stupid shit about my wife and kids and ex-wife and fake kids and everything, like you morons. So suck.
Oh.
All right.
Prime cutoff.
But he's not angry.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
He's not angry.
He kept his tone more even.
So suck it.
No ex-wives, no kids.
I don't have any ex-wives.
That is true, and you don't have any kids.
Yeah.
So you are equally as smart as Mary.
Yeah,
You're
suck
smarter than me and Bill. As
And
smart
Cody doesn't have
as-
any ex-wives or kids either.
As smart as Poundcake and Mary.
50%
Poundcake
of the
barely
show.
has ex-boyfriend.
Yeah, right?
He definitely has no ex-girlfriend.
Ow.
I do have ex-girlfriends, Bill. What are you talking about?
Oh, that's right.
Talking
From
about-
high school days, yes.
Yeah, I have ex-girlfriends, and they loved me. They hated when I went over to the other side. They wanted me back. I was the only man that never lied to them, never cheated on them, and never tried to get in their pants.
Yeah, but that's really sacrificing a lot. Things are really not going your way if you go, well, I kind of preferred when the gay guy was hanging around.
But it was high school, so
No,
they
I
didn't.
understand.
They were like,
But there's a lot of grown women who still feel that way.
yeah, I don't know what it's like dating in the, this age, in the 20s and then now 30s. But high school, I was a hot commodity amongst the ladies. They're like, he's such a gentleman. He opens doors. It's almost as if It's almost as he's too good to be true. It's like he doesn't even need me or want me.
Well, there's a little something for everybody, right?
I didn't mind girls smell good. That's one thing.
Girls do smell great.
Girls smell great. Their hair smells great. Their perfume smells great. I appreciate the effort that it takes them to get ready, like their nail polish that they chose, and sometimes it matches with their shoes or their clothes. I appreciate those little things, but regular men, straight men, won't recognize that. Or appreciate it, because I'll tell them, I'm like, oh my gosh, I think that's what gave it away. When I see them, I'm like, oh my gosh, I really love your nail polish. I appreciate you getting all dolled up for me, girl. And they're like, oh, great, let's go see this movie. I'm like, all right.
Let's go see this movie.
Are you okay with me setting the popcorn in between us?
Yeah.
So we both can reach our hands in at the same time? No hanky-panky going on. I'm not going to, cut a circle in the bottom or anything.
Alan, did you see there's another toxic train derailment?
I saw that.
In Michigan, outside Detroit.
All the red stuff, the red and yellow, something with an N. Or was that one? That one's in Phoenix.
There was one in. There was the one here. There was the one in. Somewhere else.
It's almost as if this is the only way we can get funding for. I don't know.
For what?
Infrastructure. I didn't want to say
They passed an infrastructure bill.
But did they fix it up yet?
No, because you can't, no, it doesn't happen overnight.
Well, we need it right now.
That's why it's psychotically disingenuous for these people who are on TV. J.D. Vance, this pud. He's like, so much for the infrastructure bill. These people who work overtime to gut every form of regulation there is, and then have the utter balls to talk about infrastructure failure. 30 of the 50 Republicans in the Senate voted against the infrastructure bill. And they're out there going, this is what happened. You guys voted against it. And by the way, it doesn't get spent overnight. These are decades and decades and decades of not only worn down equipment, but companies fighting to not be regulated. You can't expect companies to regulate themselves. Any kind. They tried to have a town hall out there in East Palestine. The company didn't show up. Well, it was a safety issue. Yeah, you mean you didn't want people chasing you with torches and pitchforks? Yeah, it probably was a safety issue.
Bingo.
Of course, safety issue. I was getting a text from somebody who works for at an imaging center, the MRIs and things like that. She's like, we got people coming in with breathing issues. ERs are full of people out there with full body rashes and their eyes are burning and people are
the
peeing.
Goggles, they do nothing.
They do nothing. They're peeing blood. DeWine's out there. I don't see anything wrong. It's certainly not because your glasses are too small.
Leave him alone.
This guy, come on. So these are companies that spend millions of dollars on lobbyists to get safety rules blocked over and over and over again. And then this happens because there are hundreds of train derailments every year. These are just getting a lot of attention because they're happening in quick succession. And they're like, well, gee, what's going on? Well, you know what's going on. So now they got one outside Detroit in Van Buren Township, if you're familiar with Detroit.
Oh, the Van Buren boys.
Yeah. They held up 3 fingers. Or 6 or 5 or whatever it was. This is near Ypsilanti, if you're familiar with Detroit. 8 fingers. Yeah. Oh, right. 5 on one hand, 3 on the other, or 4 on one hand. And so, another train derailment. Telling people to, because what happens is you have, DeWine was like, well, Biden called and said we'll help you in any way that we can, and I haven't called him back. That's your governor working for you. And he's like, because the state EPA, federal EPA, they're testing the soil, they're testing the water, everything's going to be fine. Meanwhile, the town is surrounded by dead wildlife. That stuff doesn't just disperse right away when somebody comes in and goes, yeah, it's fine. It's good. So, if you have things like this that need to be fixed, but the companies don't want to spend money on it because they go, well, it's a cost-benefit analysis. Even if they get told to fix things, They drag their feet so much that they don't get fixed. So it's everybody pointing fingers now at everybody else. But it's very, very clear that the company was not spending money where they should have been spending money. So they get the NTSB out there, and they get all these agencies out there. And it's like the Spider-Man meme where they're all pointing at each other. So, back in the day, we had a lot more regulations on combustible chemicals on trains being moved across the country. 10, 15 years ago, they noticed that there were a few more derailments. There were towns getting flooded with hazardous chemicals from derailing trains. And it was when Obama was president. He's like, we need more safety regulations for trains. And nope. The industry got the lobbyists on it and flooded with hundreds of millions of dollars. And they carved it down to nothing. Where they're not even spending money on updated brake safety issues. So when these guys get on Fox News and they go, well, so much for infrastructure. A, you guys voted against it. B, they didn't spend $1 trillion overnight to fix these things. These are problems that they'll require not only time, but it'll require a lot of bipartisan support, by the way. Think about that. So people in these poor people in like these small towns where there's a train coming through and, and they don't know what's in the train until it explodes. And then there's a giant, there's a giant black mushroom cloud over their town or whatever. So, yeah, there's one outside Detroit now.
I think it's called a mushroom cap.
You got a giant mushroom cap. No wonder they can't breathe.
Giant black mushroom cap.
So, yeah, whoever was texting me about being in the medical thing, she's like, they're saying it's safe, but it is far, far from safe. So, I don't know. When these kinds of things come up again, voters need to wise up too. Because all these mundane things, everybody was laughing over infrastructure. Like, Biden's so old, he's worried about train tracks. Yeah. Because cities have 100-year-old pipes under the city. So it's all this boring stuff that really, really needs to be attended to. No. I'll wait until the next segment for that. Uh-oh. Let me go to Mike, who is on the west coast of Ohio. Hello, Mike.
Hey, Alan, hate the show.
Thank you.
Hey, Mary, happy belated birthday. I heard you had a birthday about 9 months ago.
I did. Thank you so much. It's coming up in 9 months. It was about 3 months ago.
Son of a bitch. Look at this guy.
Yeah, I wanted to call in, Alan, because this tirade, this woke liberal train brake tirade you're going on is just so misguided.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just can't believe this. I mean, what are we supposed to do? Are you proposing we impact investor profits?
I mean, I don't want to get woke about train derailments, Mike. You've got a valid point there. I'm just saying what needs to be said.
Well, Alan, I mean, you got to think. I mean, just because there's going to be way higher cancer rates in the future that are going to be obscured by what's the actual cause, or, the massively impactful environmental costs that obviously are now socialism, I just think it's wrong that we're going to sit here and try to blame large corporations and their profit margins.
Listen, all I know is when Erin Brockovich shows up in your town, which she did, that ain't good news. That is not good news when they're like, how like Jim Cantori from the Weather Channel, when he shows up, you're about to be shrimp hammered with bad weather. When this guy's, thigh deep in floodwater. When Erin Brockovich shows up to your town after a toxic derailment, that ain't good news. Or maybe it is. What do I know?
They had a science fair at the high school gymnasium to explain it all, and I won and just so relieved that everything's fine now. So I'll leave you with that. You guys have a great day. Take it easy.
Thank you. There's Mike out there on the west coast of Ohio. Jesse's in Chardon. Hello, Jesse.
Yeah, how you doing today?
What's going on, Jesse?
Oh, nothing. Heard you talking about the train derailment, and one of the things they're trying to keep kind of quiet is I got a buddy who works for them, and they're actually making the conductors wear gas masks on the train right now as they're taking train cars from the site.
Well, I would imagine everybody within a 5-mile radius is being asked to wear gas masks. I mean, if they had those kind of resources, yeah.
Right, but they're making everyone wearing the actual, riding the trains wear gas masks. But they're telling all the residents it's fine to go home and drink the water and everything.
Are any of those guys?
Crazy.
Are any of those guys calling their masks freedom muzzles?
They should at this point.
Yeah, right. Okay, thank you, Jesse. I appreciate it, pal. Hey, Sherry.
Hi, Alex. Or Alan. Sorry.
Charlene, what can I do for you?
Yeah, hey, I just wanted to mention the infrastructure bill.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you already know that the Republicans, majority of them voted it down because of all the extra crap that was in there.
No, they didn't. There's extra crap in every bill of that size. It's called compromise, right? But if the bottom line is here is a lot of money to fix a lot of things that need to be fixed, then that's not a reason to vote against it. Well, it's got too much stuff in it. Those are excuses. Those are lame excuses.
You know what I found very interesting, and I suggest maybe you do this. Now, you can actually watch the Judiciary Committee meetings. It's all there for you to watch. Pretty interesting how that all goes down.
Oh, I know. It is.
Yeah.
And it's not exciting, but you're right. It is very interesting, yes. Charlene, thank you for the call. And
you're welcome, Alex.
And enjoy your evening. I got to take a break. I will have Disturbed tickets for you after we return. They're back on the road after about a 5-year break. They're going to do Blossom this summer with Breaking Benjamin, if you want to see them. And then 5:30, next chance for you to grab some money. $1,000, another keyword coming up to go fund yourself.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
We have more rain moving through, maybe a few rumbles as we head into the overnight. Then it changes to snow.
Document printing and marketing materials order of $50 or more. Offer ends 2/25. See staples.com/stores/printbig for details. Try Staples and see the difference.
From the Mazda of Kent studios.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Check out the all-new Mazda of Kent. MazdaofKent.com.
It's time to give stuff away. Alan Cox gives stuff away.
All right, Disturbed are back on the road. They haven't done a proper tour in quite some time. The Take Back Your Life tour is coming Sunday night, August 27th to Blossom. They're bringing Breaking Benjamin and Ginger with them. Part of the Minutemen concert series. Tickets, info, everything else, livenation.com. If you want to look it up. Caller 10, you get this pair here. 2 for Disturbed, good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Just when you think radio couldn't get any better, it doesn't.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Disturbed, a band Brian would go see?
I don't know.
Does he care about them?
I don't know. Probably not. He's weird with his musical taste where he likes live music.
Yeah.
So I don't know that it's a band he would pay to go see, but he will go to pretty much any concert. You know what I mean? Like if it's a free ticket, he's like, yeah, I'll go.
Fall Out Boy.
If it's a free ticket, he's not going to allow me to pay hundreds of dollars for him to see a band he doesn't care about. But like if I got tickets or something, he would
Just
go.
like going to see bands.
Yeah, he's like, I just enjoy live
Well,
music.
get him a lawn ticket, and he can just sit on the lawn while
Sit
you
by
enjoy-
himself? No.
My last interaction with Disturbed was many, many years ago. It was when I was doing my show in Chicago. And they were doing, because they're a hometown band, they were doing a show in the far south suburbs, a town called Mokina. There was this tiny-ish venue called The Pearl. My co-host and I were going to bring these guys on stage, and it was a whole to-do because it was a smallish venue and Disturbed's a huge band. And we were going to bring them out, and there was a lot of conversation with management and all that kind of stuff. We waited backstage for 3.5 hours while everything was being gotten ready, only to be told that they didn't want anybody bringing them out on stage. I go, all right, well, I guess I'll just drive back to the city then. Thanks a lot, guys. That was a good time. But you know what? That's rock and roll, baby. People can be very mercurial in this business. But they decided last minute, nope, we're just going to walk out. We don't. Unfortunately, that's happened more times than I'd care to recount through the course of my career. Where they tell you, hey, you go and bring the band out. You want to do a stage announcement? Yeah, absolutely. You get out there. Hey, everybody, thanks for coming out. Whatever station you're working for. You know, fill in the blank. And last minute they go, nah, just going to walk out. Okay. I guess I'll just go F myself in the parking lot then. Drove an hour and 10 minutes to get out here. I'll just go home then. They don't owe me anything. But it's, come on, see, do you say frustrating? Hey, you know what, Bill? I've got money to give away in a few minutes. In a few minutes.
Okay.
But I just can't put off a birthday gift any longer. Hello?
Hello, Alan. This is Mary Santora.
They got better.
All right.
What's better, a call from Mary Santorum? We're talking to Joe Thomas earlier.
I mean, it's
boy, that's
it's like the
tough.
same.
Neck and neck.
Talking the two Hall of
tough.
Famers.
Yep.
Both built like offensive linemen.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Bill, I had to call and wish my favorite comic in the world a very happy birthday, Bill.
Well, thank you so much, Mary. I really appreciate it. It's always good to hear from you.
Bill, thank you. Bill, I heard that you were getting into model trains in your old age. How cute.
Yeah, they're just fun. You know, I like them. They make me happy.
Bill, quick question. Have you ever done it in the caboose, big boy?
Sounds like
Mine
Mary
are
Santorum.
yours.
Sounds like Mary Santorum's getting a cold or something, a little under the weather.
There's
I
something going around.
I hope that you're feeling all right.
You're not breathing that air out there in East Palestine, are you? That'll.
Oh, absolutely not. No. I live out in the country, Bill. You want to come visit? Bill, Alan, as you know, I do a lot of stand-up with my comedic troupe, the Bombers, okay?
I remember that.
But I took some time and I wrote a quick birthday jingle for our boy Bill. Would you like an example?
I would. You did one last year, and I played it the other day in anticipation of possibly hearing from you again. Yes, of course.
Alan, I just want to tell you, I did hear that yesterday, and it made my day. Thank you.
Of course. Happy to help.
Okay. Here's Bill's new song for this year. Ready? Today is Bill Squire's birthday, and all the other days are not. Today is Bill Squire's birthday. Let's get drunk and smoke pot. Conceived in 1981 when his dad thought his mom was hot. 9 months later, Billy Boy appeared and the comedy has never stopped. Happy birthday, Bill.
Thank you, Mary Santorum.
Wow, that had kind of like a military music vibe to it or something.
Yeah, it's like a march.
Real anchors away vibe there on that song. Wow.
Thank you. Well, thank you for taking my call, Alan. Happy birthday, Bill, and letting me perform my craft. You know I appreciate it. And, Bill, if you ever want to run a train, choo-choo, big boy.
All right. Thank you. There's Mary Santorum, who is part of the Bombers, which is a comedic troupe that tours all throughout Ohio. And, of course, considered by many to be Mary Santora's doppelganger, even though we found out that it's that Fox chick from Sweden now.
Yeah.
That you also don't look like.
I have a question.
I don't know what Mary Santorum looks like, and frankly, I don't want to know. Yes, Poundcake.
What's the difference between a flapper and a can-can dancer?
Well, they're two completely different dances, right?
Okay.
Can-can is
from the
like a
same time,
Moulin
right?
Rouge. Can-can is,
can-can is
like
a
a French
kick
cabaret
line.
dance. Yes, that's right.
Dun, dun,
Like a
dun,
chorus
dun,
line.
dun, 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 dun.
And a flapper is just a girl doing the Charleston or something, right?
And
Yeah, that's more about the dress and it's more of a style, I think. Is a
Short
flapper.
skirts.
I just think it's so funny. Well, I don't even know if it was short skirts. Back then, they were just, it was risque to show ankle. Like, they're
No,
showing.
but flappers' dresses,
short skirts.
they were real short skirts. Like they're like almost like mini skirts.
I don't
Like
know
dresses.
The suffragettes. That's what made it so scandalous.
Well, I was gonna say I don't know if it was short. They would jump up and down and it would move. You could see underneath them, but I don't know if they were like short skirts. It would almost be like a parachute skirt almost.
I don't know. Let me get some flapper music here for you, and then you tell me if you feel like hiking your skirt up.
Ooh. This makes me want to show nip.
It makes him want to show nip, Bill, is what he said.
This is the 20s, right?
Yeah, this is what made people really excited back in the day. Let's do the Charleston! Yeah, the roaring 20s. It was named for Charleston, South Carolina. We have bureau chiefs there. I'm sure that if they're listening, they're screaming that at the radio. Named after Charleston, South Carolina. But it got mainstreamed and...
I love the way everyone used to dress back then.
Really? You gonna walk around in tux and spats and a monocle and looking like the Monopoly guy?
And I was gonna say, and they just like that was their everyday dress. And then when they wanted to get dressed up, they would put on like, I don't know, just a little something extra, like maybe.
Yeah, and guys used to wear three-piece suits to the ball game too, but people don't dress that way anymore. You can still get dressed up anytime you want.
You could dress like that every day if you wanted to, Poundcake.
It's always better to be overdressed than underdressed.
Find a tailor and get yourself a bunch of suits.
Mm-hmm.
There's that place across the street from the parking garage.
Yeah, Mr. Albertson's
Yeah.
haberdasher or something. It's been there for like 50 years, right?
Get some suits from over there.
Yeah, go over there. Get some bright purple Huggy Bear looking suits over at Mr. Albertson's haberdasher.
That'd be a good look for you, man.
Yeah. I mean,
You're a pound cake.
Well, but you're also getting to the point where you could really fit in. You're going to be able to fit into some slimmer tailoring, right? For nice clothes, you can't just be getting them off the rack. You need to get them tailored.
Oh, I bet they tailor over there.
I'm sure they do. So I'm saying he should walk right over there.
See if you get an endorsement with them.
Yeah, okay, I'll look into it.
Hey, guys, this pound cake for Mr. Albertson's haberdasher.
I was going to have to buy some suits anyways, like more than one for MC Wettings. So, yeah.
What is that place called? It's like
it's Mr. Allen's, I believe.
Is it?
No, Mr. Allen's was the old 29 or 2 for 50.
But I think
one of them closed.
This is
Mr. Albert's is the one
Is
across
it Albert's?
the street.
Okay, Mr.
Yeah.
Albert's.
Yeah. Mr. Allen's was the hat place.
Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Albert's World.
Is that what it is?
Mr. Albert's Men's World.
Men's World. You got to wonder how certain businesses like that last. Like, how are they still open? Because obviously they have enough people coming in.
Have a clientele.
You do stuff online. But these guys look friggin' sharp, man. You go into any one of those kinds of stores, man, do they look good. Like the long, pointy, square-toe shoes. I mean, because that's the thing. It's all these things that aren't even necessarily in, quote-unquote, in style anymore, but they just look awesome.
There are certain people that will
You'd be dressed to the nines.
always dress that way and can pull it off.
Yeah. Let me give you some money here. Maybe you're visiting a haberdasher soon. You could spend it there or sock it away, whatever. Go fund yourself. Good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword PAY at WMMS.com. That's PAY. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
You can leave us messages if you like on the iHeartRadio app. If you listen wherever you do that, a little talkback button there for you.
Mr. Cox, iHeartRadio podcast listener, they really don't like your show. It's super laggy, takes a long time to reload. It's not your fault. Just saying, maybe your company doesn't like your product. Apparently iHeartRadio has no problem with syndicated radio shows. The Woody Show pops up immediately. A number of other podcasts, no problem. The Alan Cox Show, your show, big fan. Maybe your bosses don't really like you or what you're doing. I listen. I like it. I'll continue to listen when I can. Keep it up.
Oh, boy. Oh, could it be that they don't like what I'm doing? And that they're sabotaging the, oh, my goodness. Yeah, listen, I when you guys send me these, I send them up the chain. That's all I can do. It is, I don't know what to tell you. I wish I had a great answer for you. I do not.
What chain are you sending it up?
I'm sending it up the management chain.
Oh.
Local, other management. You know, I go, hey, guys, people are, there's a problem here. The people, you know.
I didn't know
what
if
do
you
want me
had
to say?
like a bike chain.
I don't think that this show is a huge priority for this company, quite frankly. But whatever, it is what it is. But I want people to, it shouldn't be work to listen. Especially since, quite frankly, it's so much work to enjoy it.
Easy to make, hard to consume.
That's right. I love the audience. Mary hates you guys. I love you guys. Yes. And I want you to be able to consume this pablum in the easiest possible way. And so the fewer hoops there are to jump through. So again, I get those messages from people and I send them right up, but I don't know how much of a priority I am around this place. So I don't know. I'm sure I'm not the only one having these issues, but they certainly seem to be more frequent than I would like. But I appreciate your continued efforts to listen to this program on the iHeartRadio app. I think I bent my bell.
Oh,
bent my
no.
bell. Come on, man. This bell has been with me for a long time.
Bend my bell. Bend
Mary,
my bell.
I'm reminiscing. Please, come on.
Come on, it's a good one.
It's
the Weather Girls, right?
Yeah, I think you're right. That's It's Raining Men.
Oh.
Ring My Bell. Who was Ring My Bell? Poundcake, who was Ring My Bell?
I don't remember this lady.
But you know he's close. He knows it's a lady. He'll never get to the name, but he knows it's a lady.
I used to listen to this chick. Oh, I can't even.
You'll know when I tell you. Not Patti LaBelle.
It's not Patti LaBelle.
No.
This is
That's so literal.
This was like a one-hit wonder.
Yep.
What's it start with?
I don't even.
Her name?
Yeah, Anita.
Yeah.
Is it Anita Baker?
No, it can't be Anita Baker. This chick was literally a one-hit wonder, and I listen. She comes up on my queue all the time on Spotify.
Number one in the disco era. Anita Ward. Yep, it was her only big. It was written for. It was a disco song that was written for an 11-year-old R&B singer about kids talking on the telephone.
Oh.
And then this girl signed with like another label. Somebody gave it to Anita Ward. It was a number one song for a long time, but it was her only hit. It was one of the first songs to use an electronic drum. So,
and then they never used it again.
Never, ever again.
They said no more electronic drums. People don't want that.
Nope. They want acoustic drums. So, yeah, Anita Ward did the song Ring My Bell. But My Bell has been with me for, 20 years, 20 plus years. My hotel bell. And so of course, if it's bent or something, I'm going to get a little nervous. Anita Ward from Memphis, Tennessee, for those of you who are marking your disco bingo card at home. Okay, that's about all I want of that, but you know how the rest of the song goes. Hey, Josh.
Hey, how's it going?
How are you?
I'm doing well. I just wanted to say I love the show, and I'm actually premiering on a game show tonight with Jay Leno.
Hey.
Oh, good for you.
Explain this to me, Josh.
All right. It's called You Bet Your Life. They filmed it last year. They flew me out, covered the hotel. Flight California is its own animal. And then, I aired tonight on Fox.
I forgot he was doing that. They resurrected the old Groucho Marx show.
Yeah. Yep.
How did you get on? Was it just like everybody from around the country applying online and you got on?
Yeah. Basically, I saw the posting. I'm like, they're not going to choose me. And then I had to go through like 4 rounds of producers. And they're like, hey, we finally want you. And then they sent me all the info. And then they're like, all right, this is the date we're flying you out. And then we all went out there.
Where does this air? Is this online or it's on TV?
It's on TV. It's also on Roku, and then it's going to be on YouTube in a couple weeks. But like
Nice.
my episode airs tonight.
And he's still got Kevin Eubanks with him, the old band leader?
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's still there. He hasn't aged.
Right. Okay, so obviously you can't tell us anything about the result of this, but I mean, what, did they bring out a bunch of people from your past? Is that what it is, or what do they do?
No, they ask you questions, and then you can double your money.
Oh.
So if you're at the very last,
Oh, I'm thinking
you
of
can
This
double
Is
your
Your...
money.
There was an old show called This Is Your Life. You Bet Your Life is the one you're talking about, yeah.
yeah, it's still a revamp from the 60s, I believe.
It is. It was an old Groucho Marx show. Okay, so, okay, good. So what time tonight, Josh?
I believe it's 11 p.m. on Fox, and then you can actually go to youbetyourlife.com, and it shows you whatever state you're in, where to watch.
Yeah. Oh, this is a syndicated thing, so they can put it on anytime they want.
Right. So I'm going to
Right.
be airing like a few times a day. Yeah.
Right. Okay, in Cleveland, it's on, this says 8 and 9 o'clock tonight.
Oh, okay.
On, what is WBNX?
Channel 43.
Channel 55 in Akron?
WP.
Is that
that's what I thought it was.
Is that the Ernest Angley? Is it You Bet Your Life and
It's about your eternal soul.
is that what it is? You Bet Your Eternal Soul. Right. Okay, good. Thank you, Josh. Congratulations. Right. Congratulations, and I hope you do okay on that show. You Bet Your Life with Jay Leno, and Josh from Menor is going to be on it. Hey, that's Josh from Mentor, Ohio over here. That's the next contestant. And let's see. He said they did this last summer, so this is way before he got hurt. Yeah. Well, let's see if you're as hot as I was. Right? Because that's what...
You're on fire, too.
Right. He's being self-deprecating about he got lit on fire. I've got to take a break here. If you want to text 35192 to get me there, you can listen anywhere on the aforementioned iHeartRadio app.
People are going funding crazy around here.
Oh my God, I'm gonna cry.
Yeah, this is insane. My heart is pounding.
It's real funding easy to go fund yourself.
I just won $1,000.
Gotta be in it to win it.
Up to 13 funding chances a day every weekday to win $1,000 funding dollars.
So excited.
Are you funding kidding me?
Aw, man, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that.
Get them funding keywords at 30 past the hour.
Really? For real?
Quit funding around and go fund yourself.
Sweet.
With 100.7
WMMS.
Brought to you by the Brew Kettle.
The Brew Kettle is celebrating 28 years of taming the savage hop. From Cleveland's flagship West Coast IPA White Raja to our newest edition Balloon City, a North Coast style hazy IPA. The Brew Kettle brews great IPAs by Clevelanders for Cleveland.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
You give your whole heart to your child. So if something unthinkable happened to theirs, whose hands would you trust to care for it? Hands like ours at Cleveland Clinic Children's, Northeast Ohio's nationally ranked and locally trusted children's hospital, home to Ohio's best pediatric heart care. So when
Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Idiot. Stupid moron.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
I hate trains, dreary nights and drizzling rain. I hate trains, that lonesome whistle gives me a pain. I don't care what Johnny Cash said, all them trains it goes straight to well. I don't care what Johnny said, I hate trains.
Oh my God! Wow! Listen to that horn! Oh my God! Oh, she's beautiful!
Benji Berry and Casey Jones and the wreck of the 99. But for my part, you can take them trains and shove them on down the line. 'Cause I hate trains, dreary nights and drizzling rain. I hate trains, that lonesome whistle give me a pain.
Can't get enough of this Mac Allen Smith, boy. Broke up a Walgreens. I hate trains. This guy really had his finger on the pulse. It's almost as if he was a soothsayer. So this guy is out there not only spitting rhymes about trains, but saying so much sooth. Yeah.
Only thing they ever done for me was make me miss my plane.
Miss complain?
Miss his plane.
Oh.
Miss my plane. Only thing a train ever done is make me miss my plane. Melanie from Parma Heights wants to wish young Bill Squire a very happy birthday.
Thank you, Melanie.
And she's not alone.
Thank you to everybody. It's been a great day.
Mm-hmm. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio from out of state, tell me where you do that. I'd like to know where people are. If you're new to the show, let me know that too, and I'll make sure that you're representing your state. Brian listens in Orlando. Steve is a bureau chief in Tooele, Utah. Doug is in Dundalk, Maryland.
Dundalk.
Josh is up in Binghamton, New York. D-Rock hit me up. He's in El Paso, Texas. He's been there a long time. He goes, I don't know what's happening in my town. 3 years ago, we had the Walmart shooting right next door. It was a mall shooting in El Paso last night. 1 dead, 3 injured. This was right next door to where 23 people got killed in the Walmart in 2019 in El Paso. A disgruntled Walmart employee, I think. Listen, it's Texas. You know, they passed, you don't even need a permit anymore. They passed permitless carry a couple years ago after school shootings. So, you know, my kids are still, my older kids, they've canceled classes and everything for the rest of the week at Michigan State. And they're not sure what's happening. You know, I'm getting constant emails from the muckety mucks at Michigan State. But so far, I don't think that's anything shocking about them canceling classes. But, you know, college is supposed to be fun. You know, my son is a senior. My daughter's a freshman. Half of his time was carved up by COVID. And my daughter hasn't even finished freshman year, and now this. So that school is changed forever now. They've joined that terrible fraternity of schools where, you know, they're washing blood off the sidewalk. One of my daughter's friends was one of the people who got shot. Not killed, but there were five students in the hospital, and her friend, she said, is he's got the best prognosis of the 5 that were hospitalized. So 3 of them were killed. They didn't know any of the kids that got killed, but one of her friends was one of the guys who got shot. But I guess he's expected to make a full recovery. They're not sure about the other 4. But D-Rock's down in El Paso and watching all that. I don't know if you saw any of the video. There was all kinds of just security cam footage from inside that mall. Gesundheit.
Sorry.
When that shooting was going off. And there are people who think that more guns somehow equals less gun violence. I mean, there's more people armed than ever before, and you'll be amazed to discover that the mass shootings haven't slowed down. So I don't know where the thought is behind that. Because you can't talk about gun issues after a school shooting, because, of course, it's thoughts and prayers time, and you can't do anything then. So, I don't know. By the way, if you're keeping score, thoughts and prayers are 0-81 this year. But you keep working that crank. So, yeah, El Paso, no shortage of issues from things at the border to people getting shot and all kinds of stuff. I've got some sperm news. You want sperm news?
Let's do it.
Sperm news.
Speaking of Bureau Chiefs, if you are one of our listeners from the great city of Chicago, Illinois, you have been voted America's sexiest city. By the company Pink Cherry, which I think their only criterion is who's buying sex toys. and so they ranked them thusly. And Chicago is a city that buys the most clone your bone kits. You ever done that? You know, they got
I've heard of it. I've never done
yeah,
it.
Never done it. No.
Plaster caster back in the Kiss days, but the clone your bone, match your snatch. That's what they call them. And so Chicago tops the list of sexiest cities. Dallas, Vegas, Atlanta. Strangely enough, number 8, Cleveland, Ohio.
Hey.
No, I'm kidding. Stop. You know where we live. Nevertheless, every city has a story to tell. And New York buys the most vibrators. Listen, that's just the law of averages.
I thought
When
that
you
would have
have
gone
the
for
most,
Charlotte.
what's that?
I thought that would have gone for Charlotte.
The most vibrators?
Yeah. Because aren't they Buzz City?
Charlotte is?
Yeah.
I mean,
From
I
the
will
Hornets,
take your, I will take your
there's
word for it.
I thought they
Buzz
had
City.
one of their
Okay.
city jerseys was Buzz City,
Oh.
and then their airport code is CLT. It makes the most sense that Charlotte
Yeah, I get that.
leads the way here.
Yeah, well, I think that Pink Cherry needs to
Yeah.
reevaluate their grading system. Los Angeles buys the most handcuffs. I think it's a big leap for them to assume that that's just for sexual purposes.
Citizens arrest.
Dallas buys the most lube. You know where to go, Cody.
Dry. Such a dry place.
I love it.
Arid, if you will.
Phoenix purchases the most sex furniture,
Because they're old.
Wait, sex furniture like
like a swing or a bench or, you know.
Like,
I remember when
the
we had,
Liberator.
we have a swing, and when we first moved to Cleveland, we lived in the Tremont Lofts, which is an old Bible printing factory or something. And these big timber lofts with these huge timber posts and things. And I was initially going to affix our swing to one of these overhead timber posts. And it became very, very clear that all was not what it seemed. It looked a lot sturdier than it was.
The beam or the swing?
The beam.
Oh.
Well, little of both. Little of both. Atlanta claims the title of most discreet city.
That makes sense.
And
they're on the DL.
What?
Atlanta.
Yeah.
Yeah, all those DL dudes. So I always
Oh,
heard
DL
rumor-
dudes is what you're talking about.
Well, yeah, that's what discreet means. But like, I always heard that rumor that don't go to Atlanta because your husband's
Yeah, but
probably
that
gay.
doesn't mean dudes. Discreet is not a blanket descriptor for just guys.
Okay.
Right?
That's what I took from it.
It's not, but it's also kind of a hub for the South. Like, I think it's the gayest city in the South for sure.
Oh, yeah,
No,
Atlanta is?
Miami.
Yeah, isn't it?
I think Miami would.
I was
or
gonna say.
Key
No,
West.
I think Atlanta. I thought we talked about this one time,
I don't know.
but then I think there's a lot of like Poundcake's talking about where DL guys are going there because it's the biggest city in that radius, and so all these like repressed dudes are going there to get it out and then going back home.
They have a pseudo marriage and
Yeah.
they live out their lives at night.
Here are the 10 gayest cities in the South. These are not ranked. Charleston, home of the Chew. Nashville, New Orleans, Atlanta. And they refer to it as the epicenter of the LGBT South, which is what Bill's talking about.
Okay.
Austin, Charlotte, Dallas, Houston, Raleigh, Memphis.
I'm surprised Charlotte's on there. Or not Charlotte, Charleston.
Well, it has a thriving gay community and plenty of gay-friendly businesses. Charleston is no joke.
I've been to Charleston, and it only had one gay bar. The other one closed
But weren't
down.
you on the beach? You were on like the Jersey Shore version of Charleston?
We went into the city.
Did you?
We spent like a whole night going out, and I was like, "Oh, I can't wait to hit up some clubs." She was like, "Club." I was like, "Oh,
oh, really?"
Hit up some clubs.
They had two, and one closed down, so we went to the other one, and that's where I found the guy that ended up being a manager at a Walgreens and had a bed in the middle of the room, and he turned out to be a vampire. But that's another story.
Well, they're nice too, right? They like the nightlife.
Mm-hmm.
They like to boogie. They like all of it.
They're polite. They have to be invited in.
Mm-hmm. It's so nice. Okay, gay nightlife in Charleston. I mean, I'm sure our bureau chiefs will be able to get us hip to it. Charleston has only one gay bar, but it's one you won't want to miss. Dudley's. Is that the one you went to?
That's where we went. Did you just
How
look
can a
that up?
city the size of Charleston have one gay bar?
Because it's in South Carolina.
But it doesn't matter. There's still gay. No. Every city that size is going to have more than. It's not Sandusky. It's Charleston, South Carolina.
Yeah, no. We had just missed the big grand closing of their other gay bar.
Charleston Pride is 1 week long. How can there be one gay club?
We did go on a gay cruise.
Yeah, that's redundant. Hey-oh! Hey.
Isn't that, what was that, Boat Trip? Wasn't that Cuba Gooding Jr. gay cruise movie?
Oh, God.
Was that what that was called?
Thankfully, never saw it. Don't know. Snow Dogs?
No, well, that's different. Yeah.
Snow Buddies.
No, I think it was called, it was Boat Trip.
I think you're right.
And he like pretended to be gay and then fell in love with a woman and he had to say he wasn't gay or I don't know.
And hilarity ensued. Dudley's, Black Diamonds Lounge, and Slammin' Sam.
Yep.
Is another gay bar there in Charleston.
Yeah, there was one that had just closed when we got there. And they're like, so Dudley's is your spot. And there was like a line. I was like, damn, this is ridiculous. They're like, this is all we got. So I'm like, okay, that makes sense.
This is all we got.
It was fun, though. I'm
so
not going to
tear
lie.
it up in there.
They make use of it. But it was one gay bar because I was fully expecting there to be a gay district. I'm very fond of gay districts and gay neighborhoods.
I understand.
And they said Dudley's. I was like, okay, we'll go to Dudley's.
And Dudley's, did you have a good time? And was it fun?
Yeah, no, it was a good time. And again, that's where all the gay people meet. So you're going to see some gays there. Like that is what they have to do.
That's what the slogan says outside their door. Where all the gay people meet.
You're going to see some gays.
M-E-A-T.
You're going to see some gays. Come on down to Dudley's. I promise. You're going to see some gays.
I got some drinks bought for me, so crack jokes all
there.
you want to.
No, that's great.
It's better than Sandusky. Where nobody bought him anything, remember?
Yeah, he's just standing in the corner, sipping seductively for no one.
On my own dime.
On my own dime.
It's not a real gay club.
Also in sperm news, Chelsea Handler found herself the target of all of the Fox News beta males complaining about her not having kids. Boy, they sure do get mad over there at people who don't. What?
A lot of people are getting mad about that video she posted. Because
she said, here's another day in the life of a childless woman.
Yes.
Like, there's a lot of people who've made that choice, and they're loving their lives. They get to keep all their money. Who gives a crap if somebody else...
I'm saying that, other female comics are getting upset.
Why?
Where they're like, listen, Chelsea, we get it. It's tired. It's old. It just as annoyed as you are with women talking about loving their kids, we're all annoyed with you talking about not loving kids. We get it. It's more of a...
But what?
What does
so
it matter
what?
type of thing.
But so
I'm just
what?
saying this is I
First
spent
of
a
all,
lot
she
of time
doesn't
on
have
Twitter today.
The point is she doesn't have kids, so all of her time is her own. So she's looking, at the end of the day, you're looking to fill it up with something. She doesn't have kids running around.
Sure.
Huh.
The point is to make you feel good about being an aging, deeply unlikable woman who never had kids.
Feminists like Chelsea Handler, they've been lied to by their society forever. That you could be a girl boss and you can do anything a man can do, which everyone who's ever seen a woman back up a vehicle knows that's not true.
Jesus,
so
what?
triggered by me. I mean, my goodness, Tucker. I think it is time for you to ask yourself a serious question. Are you really upset about how much freedom I have? Or are you upset that you haven't been able to take it away from me yet? Oh, and quick shout out to Ben Shapiro. Thank you for helping my cause of not having children. Who needs the birth control pill when your voice is 100% effective?
Keeps his wife dry.
Yeah.
Keeps his wife
Yeah.
real dry.
Yeah. Yeah, well, there you go. They sure do love certain kinds of freedom, don't they? They really, really supposedly love freedom. Just not the kind they don't like. A childless, deeply unlikable woman is what Tucker Carlson calls her. But who cares?
It doesn't matter.
It
It's not your
doesn't.
life.
I feel like this might be an attack on freedom of speech by the right.
They've never done that before.
No, they would never.
Bill.
They would never.
They defend constitutional.
I know they want women to be professional uteruses for the state, but I mean, that's not.
Uteruses are so unprofessional. Don't even. Actually, the uterus does its job. It's the
It's
hormones
the amateur
that get in
ones
the
you want
way.
to stay away from. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man.
Yes, the uterus is very professional.
The uterus is
it's
on
uterus,
time.
not uter me.
Yeah.
Uter me.
Uterus is
Yeah.
on time, sticks to schedule.
Total team player.
Oh, 100%.
So they're really triggered by Chelsea Handler not wanting kids. In fact, the only thing those people don't want to control is guns. They want to control your body. They want to control your books. They want to control your kids. The bullets aren't anything near the danger to your children than history books and drag queens are over there on Fox News. So Chelsea Handler talking about how she doesn't have kids. And by the way, it is, in a strange way, a sacrifice to not have kids. You can highlight how you get to keep all your money and all, but the other side of that coin is there is something, there's nothing invalid at all about not wanting kids. But there is something in the human experience that you will not understand by not having children. So it's a perfectly valid choice. But in the totality of the human condition and in the complete human experience, there will be something missing by removing what is a biological imperative from your life. Now, if you've met some people's kids, you understand why people don't want them. And some people are like, well, what kind of world am I bringing my child into? Which that too, but that's always been the case.
Yeah, I feel like that's
We're
a
just living.
cop-out.
I don't know if it's a cop out.
I think it is.
I think it's. I'm just saying the world's always been a bananas place. We're living in this one, so we feel like it's all happening to us and only us. But
You can just admit it. I've said it in the past where I'm like, I didn't want to have kids because I'm selfish.
Right,
I like
of course.
doing what I want to do when I
Yes.
want to do it.
Yes,
and there's
that's
nothing
right.
wrong with that.
That's
but
right.
I get a little annoyed when people are like, they hide behind like, well, pollution is bad.
But I also
so I can't
well,
have a kid.
no, but listen, I fully understand going, I don't want to bring somebody in sucking up resources, and I get that.
Right,
kids
but there are
are
also
kids
people who
aren't
don't
cheap.
recycle or they never cared about the environment before.
Well,
and
we
then
found
they
out
use
that's
that as
all
a
made up.
cop-out.
You told us that's all made up anyway.
Right, but my point is, it's people just pulling at strings to try to find a reason when you can just be like, they're not for me.
I just don't want them.
I just don't want them.
Yeah, I see.
I want to
also-
sleep till noon.
Right.
I also want to have kids for selfish reasons because I want someone to be able to take care of me when I'm old.
Yes, it should be on the opposite side too. When people are like, I'm a narcissist and I want to create a smaller version of myself.
Like I want to see what he looks like, and then if I don't like him,
I didn't achieve my goals. I'm going to try and get my kid to do
I'm
it.
going to make him
Yeah.
achieve my goals.
he's gonna be straight. He's gonna play football. There's no way
He's
my
gonna
sperm.
be straight.
You see Cody sitting cross-legged, talking to his teenage son, and he's like, "Tell me about it." After the first time he has sex,
But
he's
there's
like
no-
hanging on to every word.
There's no way that my kid. I will not make a straight child. There's no way. There's no way my kid. My
Listen,
sperm
I
does
have
not make
3
straight kids.
children, and not one of them's left-handed. You explain that to me.
It's not the same thing.
Left-handed is
Recessive
a choice,
genes.
Alan.
Yeah.
You know that. It's in the Bible.
I've got to take a break. You want to get the last word in? Shoot me a text, 35192, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart